All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for tuning in here. The Planning Commission will now come to order. It's Thursday, June 18th, 2020, and the time is 9:30 a.m. Based on the governor's and mayor's emergency proclamations regarding COVID-19, our meetings will be online until further notice. This is to maintain social distancing and to prevent the spread of the virus. As it is noted on the published agenda, the public is able to view and listen to this meeting. The link to the YouTube live streaming is provided through the county website. The video recording will remain on the YouTube channel for those who are not able to watch it live. The background reports on the agenda items, which include the applications, the planning director's recommendation reports, are available on the county website. Also, as noted on the agenda, public participation is limited to written testimony. Staff has forwarded to the commissioners all the written testimony that the planning department received on the items of the agenda. Commissioners, please be reminded that only one of you can speak at a time. This is actually for everybody. So please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair if you have a question or a comment to make. Otherwise, please stay muted. Thank you. I'd like to start with introductions of the commissioners. Would you please raise your hand when you're called? Vice Chair Perry Kealoha. Commissioner Max Newberg. Commissioner Mike Vatusik. Commissioner Mark Van Pernis, and Commissioner Faye Yates. I am Chairperson Nancy Carr-Smith. It's noted that we do have a quorum to hold this meeting. I'd like to introduce the staff. The following staff are in attendance. Deputy Corp Counsel Jay Yoshimoto, who is attorney for the commission. Planning Director Michael Yee. Deputy Corp Counsel John Mukai, who is attorney for the planning director. Hi, John. Planning Program Manager Jeff Darrow. Planner Maya Jackson. Planner Christian Kay. Planner Jessica Andrews. I don't think Alex is with us, right? Commissioner Secretary Noriko Sauer is over there. There she is. Thank you all. Also assisting the commission and staff today is the Director's Secretary, Rochelle Lee, who's hosting us. With that, we'll proceed with the first agenda item. Excuse me. Applicant is Parker School, amend use 05-001.
I have a question for council on the meeting.
Sorry?
It doesn't concern an agenda item.
Mark?
If this is a question for council, I note that there is a lawsuit that's been filed challenging the governor and mayor's rulings on waiving meetings in person, among other things. I, of course, hope that that lawsuit does not succeed, but I would ask council if that lawsuit does succeed. Are these meetings then invalid at that time and have to be repeated?
Thank you, Mark. Jay?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Van Pernis. At this time, it would be difficult to predict or anticipate what the court would rule. So my recommendation would be that based upon the state of the law as it is now, we're okay to proceed. Yeah, because we can't know the outcome until, of course, it happens.
that
Mark?
I agree we should proceed. But if that lawsuit succeeds, despite many of our opinions that it should not, do these meetings become invalid?
Can you put the microphone closer to you, Mark?
I'm
Please.
sorry. My question is not whether this meeting should proceed, as I agree it should, but should the lawsuit succeed, despite mine and other opinions that it should not, but if it does succeed, do these virtual meetings become invalid? I'm not suggesting that the meeting not proceed. I'm just saying that in the future, as the lawsuit succeeds, what becomes of these meetings?
Thank you, Mark. Jay?
Okay, there's always the potential, like I was stating earlier, that, one of the remedies under the Sunshine Law would be that proceedings that were not done consistent with the Sunshine Law would have to be done over again. I think that's clear in the statute. So to answer the Commissioner Van Pernis's question, that is a possibility that may be required depending upon what happens. Yes, so it is a possibility.
It seems to me like we're following every kind of guideline that would dictate this meeting being valid. So let's proceed with the meeting. Agenda item number 1 is applicant Parker School. It's amended use 05-001. It's an application to amend condition number 6, which is time to complete construction of use permit number 05-001, which was approved in December 2005 and amended in February 2010 to allow the establishment of an elementary school, grades K through 6, and expansion of the Parker School complex to 14.32 acres situated within the agricultural 1 acre A1A, and single-family residential 7,500 square feet, which is RS 7.5 zone district. The subject property is located between Kapiolani and Waikoloa Stream, Waimea, South Kohala, Hawaii. TMK is 365 for parcels 25, 26, 28, and 63. Prior to the staff's presentation, I'd like to give Jay Yoshimoto an opportunity to make a disclosure on this agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Commission members, as you know in the packet before you, there's a memorandum of agreement as part of the exhibits, and you'll see there that my name appears as to Deputy Corp Counsel. That situation involves my other assignment, which is to advise the Department of Parks and Recreation. And I wanted to disclose to the commission members that I have been involved in the drafting of the memorandum of agreement with regards to this matter. I don't have any conflict of interest. There's no financial interest, no other interest other than to basically advise parks in this matter. So I wanted to put that out there. However, if any of the commissioners have any questions they want to ask me, I'd be happy to answer them. Or if anyone has any concerns about my advising the Leeward Planning Commission in this matter, please let me know and I would be happy to recuse myself.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or concerns about this? No? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the staff presentation. Thank you for that, though, Jay. Maya Jackson, I think you're going to present this one. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Carr-Smith. I'm going to pull up the presentation right now. Please let me know if you cannot see it. Okay, are you all able to see this presentation? Great, thank you. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is a request from Parker School to amend their use permit number 05001. This is a location map showing the subject properties outlined in black The property is located in the South Kohala district in Waimea Town Center. You can see Lindsay Road running in a general north-south direction on the left side of the slide. And then off of Lindsay Road is Kapiolani Road, which fronts the property on the north side. The subject properties are zoned agricultural 1 acre, which is shown in a light green color, as well as single family residential, which is shown in the yellow color. The general plan designation for the property is medium density urban, which is shown in the orange color, and schools are a permitted use in the medium density urban designation. So use permit number 05001 was issued on December 7th of 2005 to allow the establishment of an elementary school on approximately 2 acres of a portion of TMK 65004025. Construction of the elementary school was completed in 2007. Then in 2010, the use permit was amended by the Planning Commission to allow expansion of the Parker School complex to include new athletic fields, a new gymnasium, renovation of 2 residences and warehouse, an elementary school addition, and a new middle school on the remainder of parcel 25 and TMK 654, 26, 28, and 63. This is an aerial view of the site. You can see the Lindsay Road on the left side of the slide and Kapiolani Road generally on the north side of the slide. The existing Parker School campus that was built in 1975 is just off of Lindsay Road. And I'm going to try to use my pointer. You let me know if you see that. Can you see the pointer? Great. So this is the campus that was built in 1975. And then in 2005, the use permit was granted on this property to build this elementary school, which is located here. That was constructed in 2007. And then in 2010, Parker School came back in to amend the permit to expand the campus. Part of that expansion was reuse of this warehouse off of Kapiolani Road, adding a middle school, generally in this location here, and then a new gymnasium and athletic fields on this property, as well as reuse of 2 dwellings, one on this property and one here for classrooms. And so the applicant is currently requesting a time extension to condition number 6 in order to complete construction of the school complex. Condition number 6 states in part, construction of the athletic fields, gymnasium, and related improvements, and renovation of the 2 existing residences and warehouse for school use shall be completed within 5 years from the effective date of the amended permit. Construction of the middle school, elementary school addition, and related improvements shall be completed within 10 years from the effective date of the amended permit. So this is the condition that was included in the 2010 amendment. Then in 2015, the planning director issued an administrative time extension that granted the applicant until March 16th of this year to comply with condition number 6. So the applicant is currently requesting an additional 5 years to complete construction of the athletic fields, gym, and related improvements and renovation of the 2 existing residences and warehouse for school use. They're also requesting an additional 10 years to complete construction of the middle school, elementary school addition, and related improvements. And the reasons for that request is that the economic recession in 2008 had a negative impact on the fundraising for the project. And the school had to focus their efforts on sustaining the financial integrity of the school during that time. Subsequent fundraising efforts with the improved economy have been very successful for the school, and they're now proceeding with planning, design, and construction of the improvements proposed in the original application. So this is a site plan that was provided in 2010. And I did check with the applicant, and they said that they have not made any significant changes to the site plan since then. So you have Lindsay Road on the left side of the slide. You can see the existing campus that was built in 1975. You have Kapiolani Road running on the top edge of the slide. This is the elementary school that was built in 2007. And then just east of that, you have the future gymnasium, the athletic play fields. The future middle school is between the gym and Kapiolani Road. And then the existing warehouse that will be reused is on the far east end of the property. The planning director is recommending approval of the amendment to use permit 05-001. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have.
Thank you, Maya. Commissioners have any questions? I can't see everybody. Let's see. Max, go ahead. Unmute.
All right, thanks, man.
There you go.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask, as with a lot of these requests being made on this particular amendment, were there letters sent out to the neighborhood adjoining the space that would be impacted?
Yes, it's standard to have the applicant send out letters. In this case, it was within 300 feet of the property.
I see. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other?
They're also required to post a sign on the property, and they did that as well.
Thank you, Maya. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, I guess just a couple of things. Page 4 of the background report indicates that there's no evidence of any traditional, customary Native Hawaiian rights being practiced or existence of any known valued or native resources in the area. And I just point out that I think it was 2011 or 12, there was an inadvertent discovery on Parker School campus of pre-contact burial site. So I don't know if that's included in the plan that happened after. I don't know what the treatment ended up being, but there was this burial discovered, and should be there on the plan somewhere. Do you have any idea?
Thank you, Commissioner Matusik. I was not aware of that inadvertent find, so perhaps the applicant could speak to it and we could get some more information about that. Thank you.
And then I guess the next question is probably also more of a question for the applicant. I can say it now or wait, whatever you prefer.
If you feel that it is, then let's wait.
Okay.
Anybody else? No? Okay. Then let's move on to the applicant. Greg Morse, I need to swear you in. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name and where you reside.
My name is Planning Hawaii.
Okay, that wasn't very clear to me. Was it clear to? No. Can you repeat that?
My name is Greg Moores, and I reside in Kamawela, Hawaii.
Very good, thank you. Did you receive the planning director's background recommendation reports?
I did. I reviewed it with the client, and they agreed with all of the recommendations.
Okay, very good. Do you have any further presentation you want to give before we get into questions from the commissioners?
I would note that the applicant submitted the request for a time extension in January, and since that time, obviously things have changed, not just here in Hawaii, but worldwide. I think it's a strong possibility at some point Parker School will have to revisit their plans as to what they may be in the future. Frankly, I think the idea of expanding the student enrollment to the numbers that were anticipated in this use permit are probably very unrealistic at this time. But for the purpose of this meeting, we're simply asking for a time extension. The school has raised a significant amount of money to begin to make these improvements, but I think they need now to reassess what they anticipate will be their student body enrollment going forward. And that has not been done at this time. But I just want to kind of put the commission on notice that there's a strong possibility that the applicant will come back and revisit this use permit in the future.
Are you suggesting that we consider it at a later date or not?
That would be, yes. All we're looking at today is a time extension.
Yeah, okay. Anything else, Greg?
No, I'm just prepared to answer any questions that
Okay.
you may have.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, that kind of goes to my question. You know, the nature of school development is much different than the nature of for-profit housing or commercial development. And, you know, trying to put a school on the same time frame as you would one of those type of projects, to me, doesn't necessarily make sense. And my question is that amount of time enough?
I believe it is, because the applicants have raised a significant amount of money on it and are ready to construct. So the financial burden has been relieved, but the question really is, I think over the next few months, they're going to have to re-envision what they want that school to be, what they see the student enrollment being going forward. And I think just being pretty knowledgeable about independent schools is that they're going to take a far more conservative approach as far as the number of students that they can anticipate. We don't know what's going to happen with schools this year, if they're going to be face-to-face or if it's going to be online instructions. And clearly those decisions will impact people's ability to and interest in enrolling in independent schools. So I think there's just a number of factors that we don't know yet, but fortunately for Parker, that they're in a position financially now that they are prepared to proceed. So I think that the time limit that we're asking for is certainly adequate, and in all likelihood, Commissioner, we'll probably be back at some point to permit with an updated master plan that we anticipate going forward.
Okay.
Greg, can you address Mike's previous comment about a possible discovery in 2011 or 12?
I am not aware of such a discovery, but obviously if a discovery was made, then we would certainly have to comply with whatever the treatment plan approved by State Historic Preservation Division is, and that would have to be reflected in any plans and with the appropriate buffers and mitigations that are outlined. I'm not familiar with that right now, but I can tell you that clearly the applicant will comply with whatever conditions are applied by SHPD.
Mike, did you have anything else?
There you go. So yeah, I mean, the reason for mentioning it is that, you know, that's correct. Of course, you know, they want to comply, but the fact that it's not here makes me wonder if they're aware of it and that they're able to comply with it. So, I mean, you know, whether we put a condition in there, just making sure that they're in compliance with any existing mitigation plans or something like that, that might kind of solve it so that they're aware of it.
Sure. No, I think that's a very valid point, and we certainly wouldn't have any opposition to including the condition that that states that we comply with this and any other conditions applied by SHPD.
Yeah, okay. That sounds good to me.
Could staff share, Maya, could you, is there anything in the conditions that would relate to that?
Well, condition 26 in the permit, which used to be condition 29, currently is our standard inadvertent fine condition. So that already would have required that they notified SHPD. And if the commission would like, as Commissioner Vitusik suggested, we could add a sentence before that to just say that the applicant shall notify SHPD of any existing inadvertent fines or resolve those with SHPD.
Well, I mean, condition 25 has language saying the applicant shall implement any mitigation required by DLNR SHPD relating to this historic resource. That's applying specifically to
The warehouse.
So I think if we can broaden that, so it's not specifically to the warehouse, but to any historic properties on the project area, that the applicant will comply with any mitigation plans relating to any historic properties on the project area. That should cover it.
Okay. So just change the end of condition 25 to say the applicant shall implement any mitigation required by DLNR SHPD related to historic resources on the property. Does that sound good, Mike?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. I mean, the other option is, prior to adaptive reuse, alteration, demolition of the warehouse, blah, blah, blah. I guess you could add another indication, just so the applicant shall implement any mitigation plans required by the DLNR SHPD, to any historic resources in the project area.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Mike. Anything else from you?
Nope.
Any other commissioners have questions or comments? None? All right. Very good. Then we will move on to, generally, this would be public testimony. Staff, can you confirm, please, that there was no public testimony submitted on this agenda item?
Yes, there was no timely public testimony submitted on this item.
Thank you. So with that, I'd like, I'm sorry, Greg, did you have any issue with the change on that condition?
Absolutely not. That's fine.
Okay. Anyone else have comments on that? No? Okay. Commissioners, I need a motion for action, please.
I move that
Go ahead.
I'll move that the request for a time extension to comply with condition number 6 of use permit number 5001 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted with the addition of the amendments added by Mike.
Very good. Is there a second? Mike?
Second. Yep.
All right. So we have a, it was moved by Commissioner Perry Kealoha and seconded by Commissioner Mike Vitusik to approve as stated with the change in the condition. Or any discussion? Comments on this? I see none. Could we go for a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Vitusik.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
and Chair Carsmith.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 6-0.
Very good. Greg, you will be notified of the commission's decision in writing.
Thank you very much. Just want to
Thank
let you know that everything that you folks are doing as far as serving during this very difficult time. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
And, Greg, Bob Reckman did the archaeological work on the inadvertent discovery. You can get that information from him.
Great. Thanks very much, Mikey. I'll do that. Aloha. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Greg. All right, let's take a 2-minute break so that Rochelle can bring in the next applicant.
Hi guys, Sydney's trying to connect. It'll be just a minute.
Christian, is Maya going to stay on or?
I'm not sure if she's going to stay on, maybe just listening or drop off.
Okay,
Is it cluttering the space?
maybe.
Okay.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, Christian, I would recommend if she's not to come off. Okay, good. Thanks, Sid. I would recommend if you just so we have less people on the screen.
Oh, so actually, I believe actually Maya's going to be stepping away for an appointment, and then coming back later on. So Rochelle, oh, there you are. Maya. Oh, looks like she said goodbye.
Okay. Hi, Sid. Can you hear us?
Hi.
Hi. Okay. Frozen.
We'll get Sid situated and then we'll get started again.
Sydney, are you there? Hello.
Which is I did. So
It's,
Sid,
yeah.
You
It's
see
giving
it.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry about that. Yeah, there it goes, Sid. Maybe it'll work now. Try unmute your video. Unfortunately, hey Sid, can you hear us? Whenever you see that little yellow triangle up in the corner, that means that he has a poor connection. So hopefully he can get a better connection. There he goes. All right, Sid, man, we see you. You hear us? Yeah? Sid?
Okay.
You may not need two, Sid. You may be okay with one. Oh, maybe not.
Rochelle, are you working with him?
Yeah, I got him on the phone.
Okay.
Trying to.
you are.
You see me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I'm on. Got it. Okay, bye.
Hi, Sid.
Sid, can we hear you speak? Wait, he's on mute. Sid? Hello? Are you there?
Say something, Sid.
Sydney?
Sid, say something.
Maybe he's not on mute. Just tell him, try turn up your computer volume. Just tell him that.
Sydney, can you turn up your computer volume? We could hear him before.
Yeah, that's why I think his computer volume.
Oh, this is very bad.
Oh, we hear you. There. Sydney, can you talk?
Sydney, can you hear me?
We hear you.
But I can't hear anything.
So on your computer, Sid, you just got to bring up the volume. It's on your computer that you just got to lift up your volume. It's funny. Here I am telling him what to do, but he can't hear me.
Okay. No.
He's on the phone.
Yeah.
Okay, don't.
We hear Rochelle on the phone.
Goodness.
He's trying to call in. Hold on.
All right. How are we doing? Is Sid hearing us yet?
He's calling in. Sydney, can you hear us? Sydney?
Yep, I can hear.
Okay.
Oh,
Got it.
good.
All right. Be back on board.
We good?
Very good.
Everybody ready to go?
Ready?
All right. Are you good, Sid?
I'm good. Thanks, Chairman.
Okay. All right. Very good. It's 10:15 and we'll call the meeting back to order. We're moving on to application for the Kona Country Club, Inc. This is to amend Res 09-000098. Application for a time extension to condition condition D, time to complete construction of ordinance number 09159, which reclassified 51.058 acres of land from agricultural 5 acres to multifamily residential 30,000 square feet, which is RM30 zoning district. The subject property is located south of the Mamalahua Highway bypass between the highway and the Kona Country Club Malka Golf Course in the Keauhou Resort, Keauhou. North Kona, Hawaii, TMK is 37810, parcel 101. All right, Christian, I think you're presenting this one. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen now. Give me one moment, please. And can everybody see the screen there? Okay, thank you. As Chair stated, this is an application for an amendment to change of zone. If I can turn your attention to the image here, the subject, 51.058 acre parcel outlined here in black is located in the North Kona district of Hawaii Island. Again, Mauka of the Mamalahua bypass, which is running generally north-south through the slide, and Makai of the Kona Country Club golf course indicated here in green. The applicant is requesting a 5-year, it should read a 6-year time, a 5-year time extension to condition D, time to complete construction of change of zone ordinance number 09159, which reclassified 51.058 acres of land from an agricultural 5-acre to multiple family residential 30,000 square feet zoning district. The applicant initially proposed to develop a maximum of 60 single and multiple family residential units and related amenities with the intent of having them used as vacation rental units. In trying to address the various rezoning conditions such as water, archaeological and emergency access issues, the plan was scaled back to 29 single family dwellings with related amenities, including a recreation center and to possibly include a pavilion or lanai swimming pool area and a barbecue area. The reason for the request is after the rezoning was approved, the applicant promptly sought to address several archaeological and cultural related zoning conditions that, combined with the sagging economy of the time, affected the applicant's ability to finalize financing of its project. However, with much of the soft work done and the uptick in the economy, the applicant believes it can secure the required financing to complete the construction plans and develop the projects within the requested 5-year extended time frame. The subject property, again outlined here in black, is zoned multiple family residential, 30,000 square feet. Mauka of the area, and in some areas Makai of Mamalahua Bypass Road, is open as indicated by the green color. The area above the subject parcel is where the golf course is. And then further Makai of the road, we've got some resort zoning as well as multiple family and some village commercial zoning. And then Mauka of the project area is agricultural 5-acre zoning as indicated in the light green. The state land use designation for the subject property and much of the surrounding area is urban, as indicated in the pink color. There is some rural designations, Mauka of the subject property indicated in the light yellow color, and then some agricultural to the bottom of the screen here indicated in green. The subject property is located in the special management area, as indicated in the thatch, red thatch here. It doesn't have any shoreline frontage, as you can see. And on September 22nd, 2009, the Planning Commission approved SMA use permit number 09000034 to allow the development of a mix of 60 single and multiple family residential units and related improvements. The effective date of this permit was concurrent with the effective date of the subject rezone ordinance. So the punchline here is that the SMA permit is still in effect and would allow the scaled down development as well. The general plan designation for the subject parcel is urban expansion, as indicated by the black thatching. Other designations in the area include open, indicated in the green color, and it's associated again with the golf course Malka of the subject parcel and some of the shoreline areas Mackay. The pink area indicates the resort node designation consistent with the resort uses, Mackay of the subject parcel, and then some extensive agriculture here to the bottom of the screen, and important agricultural lands to the right-hand side of the screen with some low-density urban on the far right. Here is the Kona CDP map. The subject parcel is situated within the Kona urban area, which is indicated by this red line here. However, it is not located within any concurrency zones or transit-oriented development areas. Here's an aerial view of the subject parcel, in this case outlined in blue. Again, for reference, we've got the bypass road generally running north-south through the slide. As you can see, we've got the Malka of the area, the golf course, and then Mackay of the area, the resort area. The subject property is currently vacant of any structures or improvements. Here's the applicant's submitted site plan, again with Leahy Drive or Leahy Highway and the bypass road toward the bottom of the screen. The main entrance of the property is actually not shown on this site plan, but it's a little bit farther off to the right-hand side, intersecting with the highway. The site plan shows the current proposed development of 29 single-family dwellings, along with the proposed recreational facility here on the left-hand side, with parking and other amenities. Also shown on the site plan in these grayed out areas are the archaeological sites that were found through ARC studies and then associated buffers, each of the rings being about a 25-foot buffer. So the outside ring would be about a 75-foot buffer. Finally, the site plan shows the secondary emergency access road here on the left-hand side, which is required by condition E of the change of zone ordinance. Here's some photos of the roadway access to the subject parcel. On the upper left is a view of Mamalohoa Highway bypass looking south with the subject property on the left-hand side. And then the lower right image is Mamalohoa bypass, highway bypass looking south with the subject property on the right. So this is just an image of the intersection to that entranceway. The planning director's recommendation is to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council for the change of zone time extension for change of zone ordinance 09159. I'll leave the presentation up if there are any specific questions having to do with the slides. Otherwise, I'd be happy to answer any questions the commission may have. Nancy, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Christian. Commissioners, Mike, go ahead.
Sure. Question for Christian. When was the time extension granted previously, the administrative time extension? When was that issued?
I don't know. Let me double check here. Give me 1 second. Be right with you on that, Mike.
No problem.
Number 6 on the background.
Jeff, if you have that readily available, can you read that information, please?
Sure, that's number 6 on the background. That's August 8th, 2012. Okay.
Yeah, so the admin time extension would have granted them time to December 30th, 2019. The application for time extension or amendment to the ordinance came in, I believe, on that day. So we decided to process it as it came in, kind of on time, I guess.
Anything else, Mike?
I'll save it for when the applicant's up.
Okay. Mark, did you have a question? Go ahead, Mark.
The planning director's recommendation remains on the board here, so we can't see the commissioners. I would ask Christian to remove his presentation so we can see the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay.
That was it? Okay. Perry, did I see your hand?
Yes, I wanted to ask him to go back to the map with the secondary road that you mentioned. That was part of a requirement.
Okay, give me 1 second, please. Yeah, so here's the site plan, and it's a little hard to read, but this is the area here, which would connect to the adjacent parcel as an emergency access road, and that's required as condition E of the subject change of zone ordinance. Yeah, so it requires plans submitted for final plan approval reflect a minimum 10-foot wide emergency evacuation access route that extends from the project's easterly boundary through the existing golf course and up to any point along Ali'i Drive. The emergency access route is required to be improved to an unpaved road, but reasonably compact enough to accommodate vehicles leaving the project site, and an access easement recorded prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy for the first residential unit within the project area. This emergency access is reflected in the site plan for the proposed 29-unit development in this general area.
Thank you.
Good. Any other questions, commissioners? Of staff? Faye, go ahead.
Where exactly is this parcel? Is it across from Kona Country Club?
Thanks for the question. It is located Mackay of the Kona Country Club golf course, and Malka. Here's Keaho Bay right here. So Malka of the hotel here in the Keaho Resort area.
We're not seeing your slides right now.
Sorry, my apologies. Let's do this again. Give me 1 second. Okay, can you see that now?
Yes.
All right. So again, here is the subject parcel outlined in blue. Here's the Kona Country Club golf course. Here, Malka of the subject property. And then we've got Keaho Bay here on the left-hand side with the hotel and the Keaho Resort area. So this is kind of at the intersection of Ali'i Drive, Ali'i Highway, and the bypass.
Oh, okay. It just seems so large and so small. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? No? Okay. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate it. Let's move on to the applicant. Sid, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, as soon as I unmute myself. So,
No problem. Please raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I so affirm.
Thank you. Please state your name and where you reside.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Sidney Fuke. My residence is in Hilo, Hawaii. I'm a planning consultant assisting the landowner applicant with his time extension application.
Thank you. Do you received the background and recommendation reports from staff?
Yes, we received it. I've had a chance to discuss it with the applicant, and he is in agreement with the proposed recommendation for the time extension. I would, however, like to just kind of note that at that point in time when the application was filed for the extension, which was at the end of last year, it was like a pre-COVID time. But, you know, leading up to the filing for the application, a lot of the soft work was already done, you know, in terms of basic design, the archaeological clearances, so on and so forth. And so notwithstanding the COVID situation and assuming that the economy really was kind of ramping up, you know, at that point in time, then I think the 5-year window would have been more than adequate because you've done, you know, a lot of the preliminary work needed to go with the design. My only concern right now is that no one really knows what the long-term economic impact of the COVID is going to have on, let alone this, you know, the island of Hawaii, let alone the whole county, the whole world. So while we appreciate the generosity of the staff in providing a 5-year window with no ability for administrative extension, we would want to at least post notice to this body that there is a possibility that maybe at the end of the 4th or 5th year, they may come in for an extension, and the extension is going to be largely driven by the just overall global economic situation. So.
Understood. Okay. Any other comments from you, Mr. Fuke?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant? Mike?
Yeah, well, I think you're absolutely right about the COVID pandemic and the fact that, you know, we're experiencing that now shows us what, you know, truly is meant by acts that are outside of people's control that are going to affect the outcome and compliance with these type of projects. 100% agree that that's going to happen to a lot of projects. Now, that being said, looking back on the issues identified here for non-compliance, I don't see that being anywhere remotely near the same level of effect and even having the same adverse impact on the developer's ability to construct. Looking at the timing of it, the developer got an extension to complete the conditions in 2012, which expired in 2019. The archaeological work was completed in 2014, which would have given them 5 years to complete construction during a very strong economic period. So to me, that non-compliance is not the result of things that were outside the control of the developer. They just didn't have the money to build the project they proposed. So I think that's one of the things that we have to consider in our role with the Leeward Planning Commission is that, you know, we have to identify what is and what isn't a legitimate reason for non-compliance.
Good point, Mike. A response?
Well, I think that if you look at this particular application, applicant, and looking at the myriad of conditions that were imposed way back when, it required a lot of redesign, a lot of archaeological things that needed to be done, not only having completed the archaeological inventory survey, but having prepare and getting the burial treatment plan approved, the mitigation plan. And Mike, I'm sure that you're very aware of, you know, how laborious and time-consuming that process, you know, took. So, admittedly, they did. Yeah.
You know, in this particular case, go ahead. Sorry.
one
Yeah.
at a time.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that now that, they had a lot of this so-called environmental cultural parameters firmly established, then the next step was to kind of work with a potential developer in coming up with a design that's kind of workable in that area. And the owner was working very closely at that point in time with the one of the representatives called Aman Resort to create this high-end single-family residential project. And so it was really driven by that particular vision with the Aman representative to come up with this notion of single-family residential lots, no more than 29, so on and so forth. Then for some reason, perhaps I'm kind of like sharing information that I shouldn't be sharing, but, in as much as the question came up, there was some falling out between the developer and landowner, or like within the Aman Resort, entities, such that they had to kind of like go back again, try to figure out like, well, what are we going to do? So financing is not necessarily just going to the bank and trying to get the necessary loan. It's like trying to find your market. And at that point in time, in 2014, 2015, that market was that high-end Southeast Asian market who wanted to purchase like a single-family residential lot in a so-called like in a resort environment. That fell through. And now, you have the COVID situation. If you're going to do a conventional type of multiple family residential project as the property zone, you're still going to be constrained by all of the environmental, cultural constraints, the other conditions of approval, including your water. And so, getting back again to the water, they do have 60 water commitments. And they know that based on discussions with the water department, on an average, if you have a single family residence, that the usual consumption is 2 water meter. And that's the reason why the number of units was kind of like scaled back from just going gangbusting to 60 back to 29. I understand your concern, but I think that if you're a developer, you're looking not only financing, but you're looking for someone that has the capacity, you're looking for a market, it does take time. And now with the COVID-19 pandemic situation, it becomes a little bit more precarious. And as a result, I had to add that caveat in the beginning.
Right. So as you mentioned, I'm super familiar with this project, having worked on the approvals of it with State Historic Preservation Division. The 5 separate mitigation document approvals that took place between 2012 and 2014. And then, as a resident of the area, after the completion of it, driving by it every day and thinking, wow, we were in a big rush to complete all these mitigation requirements, but nothing's happened for the last 6 years. So I think we take that excuse off the table, that the preservation planning wasn't done in time, because it was done in 2014, giving adequate time. And then, we look at the funding issue, and, when we're reviewing these things, we see a lot of them now where zoning's expired, and it's continued onto this kind of pattern of maintaining zoning, bumping it along until we find somebody who's actually able to do something with it. And to me, these kind of project-related zoning changes where you've got an SMA tied to the zoning, these are kind of project-specific things. And if we're gonna just kind of keep kicking it down the road until someone's able to finally pick up the ball and do something, then I think that's kind of contrary to the intention of our role.
Well, if I might just add to that, this is a situation where it's not as though like other applicants, for example, who request for time extension, that the world stood still in terms of like whether complying or non-complying with any of those conditions. If you look at what this landowner and this developer has done, he's done like a whole bunch of stuff. He's already addressed and completed the affordable housing requirement. He's already paid for the fair share requirement. He's already done, through SHPD's cooperation, a lot of these archaeological mitigation activities. And when you look at like other developers or other applications who've come in for requests, you ask yourself, have they come to this level? You know, it's, to me, it was really obvious that if it weren't for this peculiar situation of the possible developer falling out, this project would be a reality today. There would be no need for a time extension. But, you know, if you didn't have any sincerity in wanting to have the project go, you know, like develop the project and basically spin it off, you wouldn't do all of these things. You would pass it on to the next buyer. So that's my only, I guess, response to your question, Commissioner Vitusik.
It's a good point, Sid. When I read through the background, I was actually impressed by the number of things that the developer had taken care of already. So is there another financial partner in place or no?
There were in discussions, but everything is fluid right now because of the COVID-19 issue. And the question becomes now whether the model that was originally thought of by, you know, with the Amman, you know, representatives, whether that model currently works today becomes very questionable. So,
Right.
you know, given the multiple family zoning, they may want to do like triplexes or fourplexes or, you know, those kind of things just to reduce the construction cost. But a lot is going to depend on what is going to be the ultimate market.
Understood. Max, go ahead.
I just wanted to enter into this discussion. I do appreciate what the developer has done up to this point, and to make sure I'm on the same timeline as well. I believe after the archaeological approvals, the entryway into this development was at least developed. The egress off of the bypass road was made up the hill and things of that nature. I do appreciate that fact. I also appreciate how it's been downsized to 29 single-family plots, which seems a little bit more applicable looking at the archaeological demands. And also realizing that not each development is apples to apples. I also see the developments in that near area, such as Holuakai, moving forward with their development at that same timeline. Again, different area, different challenges, yet we went through a full construction cycle of good times and good, relatively good economic situation. To make that statement, I would like to somehow, moving forward, have a good way of approaching these, because every development is different. Every challenge of every site is different. I'm not saying that I'm on the fence, but I do want to make sure that we're approaching all of these applicants in a fair manner as to extending these time extensions. I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you, Max. Perry, go ahead.
I'd like to kind of echo what Max said, but add that I guess what I recognize is the good faith efforts to put in place. And you know, I work with a great organization with land, and many times, even with best intentions, the development doesn't happen. And when you put in your good faith efforts to provide the entitlements that were required, and then we stop the process, reintroducing the process in the future will come with its own set of new entitlements and additional burdens. So I think recognizing the effort that has been in place to comply with the county's needs, I think it's an important part when we examine whether or not to extend as we are.
Thank you. Good points. Yeah, it seems as though we don't know what we're going to be looking at going forward in terms of repercussions from the virus, so hard to know. Any other comments? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple things. I think like in this case where we are looking at a project that's gone through an upcycle in the market and basically, you know, missed that because of their own inaction. I think that, you know, it wouldn't be unreasonable for us to, if we do agree to extend this, to request the opportunity that in the event that it comes back for extension, it can be reconditioned, because it seems to me like it's kind of like a rolling target, so to speak, with this development where, you know, they're initially coming in requesting 60 and then dropping it down to 29. And now it could go back to, you know, triplexes or something like that. So the idea is that, you know, if they don't meet this next extension that we may grant them, should we grant them the additional extension, that at that point, you know, it can be re-examined and reconditioned if necessary. The next thing is kind of more of a specific item for the conditioning that's in place on this extension. The deletion of conditions N and O. To me, I think that those conditions should be left in place. I think that the idea behind deleting them is that they're completed, but the continued compliance with those conditions would kind of keep the county permitting married with the state historic preservation compliance. So the developer can't separate them, and basically, you know, if they become in violation of the mitigation plans or anything like that, then they would only be in compliance, only be outside of compliance with SHPD and not with their permitting. So then the county is losing some teeth on that.
It's a good point. Mr. Fouquet, do you have any comments on item N and O? Conditions N and O?
I don't believe like the applicant would have any objections to the retention. And I believe that the staff had probably recommended their deletion, you know, because thinking that it would have been, it's an item that has been addressed. So it's an item, those two conditions were not conditions that the applicant had requested that they deleted. As such, if the commissioners believe that it should be reinstated, we would have no objections.
Christian?
I can confirm that that's the case. Again, it was not requested by the applicant. We just looked at the completion. We don't have any problem retaining them. There is the catch-all condition that the applicant needs to follow all federal, state, and county laws and those things. But I understand what you're saying, and keeping them in there, if we can have something else to point to, should there have anything come up in the future, then it's not a problem for us.
Yeah, and I think they can be edited a little bit just to indicate, particularly for condition O, that instead of the condition being that they prepare these mitigation plans, the condition should be that they comply with the mitigation plans.
Where is that in the paragraph?
Says the appropriate preservation plan, data recovery plan, monitoring plan shall be prepared and submitted to the Department of Land and Natural Resources. The second sentence. Burial treatment plan shall be prepared and submitted to the Hawaii Island Burial Council for review and approval. So that's already been done. But, you know, instead of indicating that it needs to be done, it should indicate that it should be complied with.
Well, Mike, would it make sense then? I guess we can keep the identification of what the plans are, and then have a sentence that basically says the applicant shall comply with all of the preceding plans, you know, all of the conditions of the preceding plans, or something like that. Would that satisfy what you're talking about?
That would be my recommendation for sure.
And that was for O. Did you have any other language for N, or just keep it as it was? Because it was completed prior and submitted prior to plans for final plan approval. So we could do
for
the
that
same
one,
thing.
Yeah, same thing. It says that the archaeological inventory survey should be prepared and submitted to the review and approval. I think that it should say that the archaeological inventory, that the commitments made in the archaeological inventory survey plan should be adhered to.
Can we say shall?
What was that?
Mike, can we say shall?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So do we need some clarity for Noriko's sake on this? How would N read, Mike? Go ahead.
An updated archaeological inventory survey. Oh, hold on one second. Let me try to work it out here. I would say that the commitments made, instead of "and updated," the commitments made in the archaeological inventory survey approved by the Historic Preservation Division, by the State Department of Land and Natural Resources Historic Preservation Division, shall be adhered to throughout the construction process or development or permit life, or whatever the case may be.
Is that clear? Sid, are you okay with that?
I'm muting myself. That's fine.
Christian?
Yeah, understood. We're okay with that.
Okay. Do we need any more clarity on O? Or are we simply replacing prepared and submitted to make, shall be compliant?
Yeah, I mean, we can list the subsequent archaeological plans that took place that grew out of the AIS, and essentially just make a statement that all of the requirements within these documents shall be complied with through the life of the permit, or something like that. Well, this is a change of zone, so through the life of the development, or something to that.
You okay with that, Sid? Sid, is that acceptable to the applicant?
In summary, like what I understand is like what Commissioner Bitusik is saying is totally understandable, because you can have like an approved AIS or data recovery plan, and if it never gets implemented, if it gets implemented, then that's fine. But if it doesn't get implemented, and say you're 20 years down the road, archaeological protocols may change and all that stuff. So do you want to necessarily be married to something that may no longer be applicable? And I think and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Bitusik, I think what the intent is basically to say that, if you don't develop, and at that point in time, if there's a need to update it, to address current archaeological protocols, then it has to be done, and you have to adjust your plans accordingly. Is that what I'm getting at?
No, basically what I'm saying is that if the language in the conditioning applying to the permit is removed, then the county has no teeth to enforce the compliance with these mitigation plans. So basically, we've got burial treatment plans and preservation plans that have established buffers around the historic sites in the area. If we have that saying that compliance with those buffers is a condition of the county permit, then if the developer proposes or goes in and encroaches on one of the buffers, they would be in violation of SHPD, but they wouldn't necessarily be in violation of the issues of the permit. So basically, we just want to make sure that the permit document is sufficient to enforce the protection of these cultural resources.
Essentially, to enable the county to enforce it.
Yes.
And yeah, that's fine and totally understandable.
So Mike, would the appropriate language be maintain compliance with?
Yes. Yep. I think maintaining compliance with the provisions of the approved mitigation plans.
Correct. Yep. That might be more clear.
Yep.
Good. Thanks, you guys. Any other questions or concerns? Okay. Then we'll move along.
Oh, one last question.
Sure.
The SMA permit. When is the expiration on that?
I don't have the permit in front of me, Mike. I apologize. I don't believe there was an expiration date. I think a lot of cases where you have an SMA in conjunction with a rezone, the SMA speaks to just complying with the conditions of the rezone. So Jeff, I don't know if you've got that readily available, or Sid, I don't know if you can address that.
I can confirm what you said. That's true. The time was the time for the SMA was piggyback to the change of zone.
Okay. So in this case, we're extending both the SMA and the zoning ordinance. Is that right? In essence?
If you'll give me a moment, I can find that information. I think Jeff may have stepped away to look it up as well. But let me double check on that, and I'll give you the exact language.
Thank you, Christian.
Yeah.
I don't have the SMA permit with me, but if memory serves me correctly, I think that I just said that it had to comply with all of the conditions of the change of zone ordinance. So in a sense, it would be like two separate activities. I mean, there is kind of like an overlap. You're not dealing specifically with the SMA at this point in time. There were conditions that were peculiar to the SMA, and so if there are any deviations from that, then obviously that would have to be addressed by the commission through an amendment.
So looking at page 3, the background report, under 14, it does mention the special management area. Although reading through it, the second to the last sentence seems to read SMA use permit number 0900034 to allow the development of a mix of 60 single and multifamily residential units and related improvements. Should the language of that SMA mirror the request being amended to the 29 single family units?
Generally, if the impact is going to be greater than what's allowed, then you would change the SMA. But in this case, because the SMA is approved for 60 units and they're downgrading it to 29, I think that we would consider that not necessary for amendment. I'm going to read the 3 conditions of approval of SMA 0934. First is the applicant's successors or assigned shall be responsible for complying with all stated conditions of approval. Second is the effective date of the SMA use permit shall be the effective date of accompanying change of zone at 0998 for this project, and the applicant's successors or assigned shall comply with all the conditions in the accompanying change of zone ordinance. So in these cases, we really tie the conditions of the SMA to follow the conditions of the change of zone, unless there's something, you know, particular that having to do with protection of certain resources in the SMA if it's not identified in the change of zone. So yeah, in this case, there were only the three. And it's speaking about the effective date, the start date of the SMA. It doesn't really give specific language about the kind of the end date should the rezone ordinance lapse.
I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
So then, in essence, we are extending the SMA by extending the zoning ordinance.
Yes, it would follow that if you're amending the conditions of the change of zone ordinance and the condition of approval of the SMA saying that they'll comply with all conditions in the change of zone ordinance, that yes, you would in essence be extending.
Okay, so to me, that is an opportunity for the Leeward Planning Commission to stay involved with a project that is kind of growing legs and doing different kinds of things, where, you know, we're starting off as 60 units, we're going to 29 single family, and now we're going to triplexes, and all these are changes in the project. So right now we're looking at the zoning, which is one thing, right? Zoning runs with the land. Zoning is the responsibility of the county council, but the SMA is squarely the authority of the Leeward Planning Commission. And the development of the SMA is our responsibility. So I think that this is an opportunity to put in some kind of language that says that the Leeward Planning Commission has the opportunity to review compliance with the SMA itself and determine whether the, you know, the changes that are being proposed are consistent with the original approval.
At what point do we do that?
Well, when would that be triggered? I think we could potentially put that in for the completion of the proposed extension period.
Christian?
Just if I may, really when you're talking about compliance with the SMA, you're talking about compliance with stated conditions of approval. And those stated conditions of approval really tie back to the change of zone, which is under your purview as a recommending body.
Right.
I might have to defer to Corporation Council to see, but also what's on the agenda today is a time extension for the change of zone, and we haven't agendized the associated SMA. So I'm not sure that we can really get into amending language in the SMA necessarily.
Right. It would be what I'm proposing would be a change in the condition of the change of zone.
Okay.
That would allow for the Leeward Planning Commission to review the status of the SMA after the completion of the next time extension period.
If I may, and then maybe actually I'll defer to Jeff on this. He's got some more experience with these type of things.
I don't know if I have any experience on this, but this is one of those unique situations that previously they tied the SMA conditions into the change of zone. That was our first question when we were reviewing this. What are the conditions in the SMA and do they need to be amended? There was only 3 conditions, and basically it was tying it back into the change of zone. The change of zone does have a requirement to submit an annual progress report that they're required to let us know the status of conditions every year. What we can do is put in language in the APR condition that be forwarded to the Leeward Planning Commission for a review. That would, at least at that point, the commission can keep on track and aware of what's going on with that.
Sorry, what is APR?
I'm sorry, annual progress report.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That is new condition Q under the proposed conditions.
But as Christian mentioned, because of the fact that this particular request is not focused on a request for the SMA, we actually can't be looking at that. So we do have to look at the change of zone, which I don't, it would be tough to put in a condition in there that really is a condition that should be under the SMA. Although, like I said, we can try to bring it to where, you know, the annual progress report can come to the commission for their review.
Not to beat a dead horse here, but it seems a bit problematic. Mostly annual progress reports are just an update on conditions of approval. Even if you added a statement in there to be an update on conditions of approval of the SMA as well, you're just tying it right back to the ordinance. So unless there's something specific in the SMA, which again approves 60, mix of 60 single and multiple family units, I'm not sure that it's really going to get you where you want to get. That's just a commentary.
Sid, go ahead. Sorry, Noriko, I didn't see you. Sid, go ahead.
Noriko.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was going to kind of like, you know, restate what, you know, Jeff mentioned, because that was my first thought too. If you look at condition Q, it requires the submittal of the annual progress report, and that progress report basically goes to the planning director. Okay, if Commissioner Vitusek or any of the other commissioners wish to have a chance to review it, you know, review the annual progress report, you know, for compliance with the SMA conditions, then, you know, it can be done. And that way the commissioners would be fully aware as far as where the developer is relative to on an annual basis. And we would have to address in the annual report each and every conditions. And so if that's the direction that the commissioners will want to go, I would suggest that on condition Q, you probably would just include, like after the word director, shall be submitted to the planning director and planning, Leeward Planning Commission for review relative to compliance with SMA 09-00074 or something to that effect.
Jeff?
Just a matter of housekeeping. The Commissioner Fay has needed to take a break, so
Yes.
she left us shortly.
All right.
She should be returning shortly. I agree. The difficulty again with that, Sid, is what Christian mentioned, and that is that there's only 3 conditions in the SMA, and the conditions are basically general standard conditions. Everything falls back on the change of zone.
But I sense that the commissioners are interested in seeing the developer's compliance, or at least the project's compliance with all of the different conditions of approval. So how else would they be in a position to get an assessment of compliance without their being alerted to, alerted to what the developer has or has not done through the APR?
Okay.
So, I mean, to me personally, my concern is not the compliance with the conditions of the SMA, but with the project that's being proposed under the SMA permit. So, you know, the conditions of the permit approval are going to stay the same, but if the project that's being proposed under those conditions is changing, then I feel like the commission should be reviewing those changes.
Rather than what sounded like maybe an internal policy that if it's a lesser density, then they don't worry about it so much. Is that what you mean? Or the fact that it may change again?
Basically, just the fact that it may change again into triplexes from what's originally proposed, you know, and given the passage of time, you know, if we're looking at it in terms of another 5-year extension, then you're looking at like 20 years from the original approval. And that's a significant amount of time to kind of change and go in different directions under a permit, which is supposed to be for a specific set of plans, is my understanding. So if we're extending this zoning ordinance that basically carries the SMA with it, then I feel like we need to have the opportunity to review the substance of that SMA, which is the proposed construction plans.
Christian.
And I was just going to comment that APRs, our annual progress reports, do generally lay out the progress of whatever development there is. So that information would be available to the commission to review if we change the language in the condition to just say to the planning director and the Leeward Planning Commission. And then you will have that as distributed to you for review.
Jeff?
So I mean, I think we all understand Mike's point. I mean, Commissioner Vatusik. The reality is this project still is able to build 60 units. Even though right now there's talk of 29 units, the reality is the zoning and the SMA still clearly allow for 60 units. So the concern is that down the line, they legally could build a different project than what's being proposed right now. So a condition can be placed in the ordinance, excuse me, that says if the project expands beyond what is being currently represented. I don't know if that condition's in there now, Christian, but if it isn't, that would be what may resolve this, that they have to come back to the commission and council.
And I mean, I completely support that. And I think that, you know, in addition to that, I would say that if the project hasn't reached substantial or hasn't started, hasn't, you know, progressed past where it is now, after the end of this extension period, the same thing would apply where they've got to come back for the SMA in addition to the zoning.
So that might be another part that we would place in there, that if an additional extension of time is needed, the applicant needs to bring back the SMA as well as the change of zone.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
Okay,
yep.
So that could be added to the last condition, Christian. I'm sorry, you're muted.
You've been trying to do that to me for years. You have suggested language. It seemed like it was a two-part condition, so I want to make sure that I captured it.
It looks like the last condition, condition R, where it says, if the applicant, successors, or assigned should require an additional extension of time, the planning department shall submit the request for, I would place in something like the amendment to the change of zone as well as the SMA permit to the commission and council for appropriate action. So we don't find ourselves in the same situation where the SMA is just kind of being dragged along with the change of zone.
Yeah.
So the planning department shall submit the request
of the amendment
to the planning commission for the SMA and to the council for the rezone ordinance for appropriate action.
Well, they both go to the commission, right?
Correct.
So I would just say that the planning department will submit the applicant's request of an amendment to the change of zone and SMA permit to the planning commission and council for appropriate action.
Just to be clear, in that case, if the applicant was coming in for a change of zone amendment request for more time, they wouldn't themselves be requesting an amendment to the SMA. It's something we're requiring.
We're asking them at the same time to come in for an amendment to the SMA.
Okay.
Yeah. And that way the SMA can be reviewed.
Yep.
I'm still unclear on language. Jeff, can you repeat that, please? I just want to make sure we have it on the record.
I'm just kind of coming up with this, but basically it would be if the applicant's successors are assigned should require an additional extension of time, Planning Department shall submit the request for the amendment to the change of zone and the SMA permit to the Planning Commission and the County Council for appropriate action. So, I mean, we know the process. The SMA would be approved by the Planning Commission with the recommendation for the change of zone. We would most likely, again, make the effective date of the SMA the effective date of the change of zone to confirm that it is approved at council.
And if I can just double check with Corporation Counsel, Jay, does that language jive?
I heard the language the first time, but I didn't hear the clarification, so they didn't change. I think that should be fine.
Yep.
Anybody else have any comments about this? All right. So I think that's agreed upon. Anything else before we move on? Sid, are you finished?
Yes, I am. Just to clarify again, so my understanding of the amendment that's being proposed right now is that in the event a rezoning time extension is required, then at that point in time, the department will mandate a corresponding amendment to the SMA permit such that the Planning Commission would then be in a position to independently or collectively with the Planning Department impose appropriate conditions to the SMA, which may be more restrictive than what's contained in the change of zone ordinance. And if that's the understanding, I totally understand and we would have no objection.
Thank you, Sid, for clarifying that. Good. Christian?
I did just want to clarify. So we jumped from the administrative, the annual progress report condition to the last condition. Did you still want to see that annual progress report as well?
Mike?
No, I don't want to see that. I think that's staff. They got a handle on that. I think we want to look at the overall permit if non-compliance after 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
So we made adjustments to conditions N and O, and we added to condition R. Christian?
I was just going to point out that we re-added conditions N and O, and then made a change to condition R. But because when we deleted those prior conditions and re-lettered everything, it's changed everything. So if it's okay with the commission, I will just re-letter them as appropriate.
Okay. Yeah. So you're going to put back N and O with some amended language, re-letter everything, and then add to the last condition.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We move along then. This would be Mike.
Is it okay to make a motion?
I just wanted to make a comment that public testimony would fall in here, and we received none. I want to make sure from staff that there is no additional testimony on this agenda item.
That's correct. To date, we haven't received anything.
Okay, very good. Yes, please, let's move toward an action. Go ahead, Mike.
With that, I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the applicant's request for a time extension to condition D, time to complete the construction of ordinance number 09-159 as amended, based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted as amended.
Very good, thank you. Is there a second?
I will second.
Perry. Sorry, I saw Max's hand and I heard Perry's voice. I'm going with the voice just because. Okay, so Perry is second. So it's a motion moved by Commissioner Mike Vatusik, seconded by Commissioner Perry Kealoha. As stated, any discussion? Seeing none, staff, could you proceed with roll call, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Vatusik,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
and Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries 6-0.
Very good. Thank you, Sid. You'll be notified of the commission's decision in writing. You get a little break now. Let's all take, let's say, I've got 11:21. Let's come back at 11:30, please.
Hi, Paris. Hi. There you are. Hi. Okay, good. It's working. I hear you. You connected. Good. Okay. All right, you're on.
Our test run yesterday was helpful.
Okay, good.
This is my husband, John.
Aye.
So,
Hi, John here. I got my camera off, but
so he can see who you look like.
I'm here.
Should be right there.
Yes.
There
Hi,
she
John.
is.
Aye.
So, I guess they just took a short break, but as soon as they come back, we'll start.
Okay, yeah, and Jessica's got our presentation and all that.
Yes, she looks like she's testing it. Okay, I'm gonna put my thing on mute again, and then we are live on YouTube, so yeah. So I know, right? So you might want to just mute your microphone too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Nancy.
Yes.
Would you like me to drop off so it's not cluttering the squares here?
Sure. Let's
Okay.
see. You're coming back, right?
Coming back for Pua and Suffolk, yeah.
Okay. Does that work out okay for you, or is it easier for you to stay connected?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I'll just watch it on YouTube. So yeah,
Okay.
be able to know when to come back.
Thank you, Christian.
Thanks. Aloha.
Aloha. Okay, we're just waiting for Perry to come back and then we'll get started. There he is. All right, it's 11:30, so I'll call the meeting back to order. Moving on to agenda item number 3. Everybody on board? Okay. Applicant is John and Paris Reynolds. It's a special permit 20-000215. The application is for a special permit to establish a 1-bedroom bed and breakfast establishment within an existing 1-bedroom farm dwelling on 5 acres of land situated within State Land Use Ag District. The subject property is located at 64-5203 Kawakea Road at the intersection with Mamalahua Highway and Pu'ukapu Homesteads, South Kohala, Hawaii. The TMK is 364-1723. Thank you for coming, Reynolds. John and Paris, nice to see you both.
Thank you.
Okay, Jessica, go ahead and
Yes.
proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and share the content, my screen content. So let's take a minute to make sure that's working here for everyone. Okay, can everybody see this screen, the introduction screen?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, great. This is application number 20215 for John and Paris Reynolds. This is the location map showing the property outlined in red. It's located in the South Kohala district. The applicants are requesting a special permit to establish a 1-bedroom bed and breakfast within an existing 1-bedroom farm dwelling. The applicants will live on site in the second farm dwelling and will be the only operators of the bed and breakfast. The applicant's objective is to provide accommodations for no more than 2 adults, providing the opportunity to experience an operational farm. The zoning map shows that the property is zoned Ag 5 acre, and surrounding properties are likewise zoned agricultural 1A, 40A, 10A, 3A, and family agricultural FA 3A. The state land use designation is agricultural as are all of the surrounding properties. And the subject property is designated important agricultural lands in the general plan LUPAG map. Surrounding properties are also zoned important agricultural lands, and also some are rural, and to the north we have extensive agriculture lands. This is the site plan provided by the applicants. You can see that the existing structures, there's 3: farm dwelling A, farm dwelling B, and an existing ag shed. There are 2 existing driveways. Kauakea Road is to the right, and Mamalohoa Highway is on the bottom portion of the site plan. This aerial photograph shows the existing property, the subject property, and you can see the 2 dwellings on the upper right of the photograph, and then the ag shed in approximately the center. And to the left is our neighboring dwellings, and to the south is the highway, Mamalohoa Highway. This photograph is a view across the subject property from Kauakea Street, showing existing farm dwellings and the ag shed in the far distance. On the left is the existing agriculture structure, and on the right is a view across the subject property. The photograph in the bottom right shows the farm dwelling A, which is the proposed bed and breakfast. And on the upper left, you see a view facing north on Kauakea Street, and to the right is a view facing south towards the highway, towards the intersection with the highway. Planning Director's recommendation is approval with conditions. And that ends my presentation. I'd be happy to address any questions from the Commission.
Thank you, Jessica. So the 2-story green building is the proposed bed and breakfast structure? Is that what you said?
Yes, it's actually a single story. I can go back to, I can go back to the photograph.
I kind of assumed that the yellow house would be the bed and breakfast.
Yeah, so the structure, which is, can you see the slide showing the photograph with the structure on the, so the structure in the lower right portion is a single story. I believe it's just elevated on post and pier.
Okay.
And then the lower structure, which is slab on grade, is the primary residence of the applicants.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, do you have questions of staff? Mark, I see your hand.
Okay, Mark's gonna ask. So hold up.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Sorry?
Do people hear me?
Yes, I can. I think so. Go ahead.
I noticed in the presentation that it says B&B for 2 adults. I think that's unclear. It should say 2 adults and their children, if any, because I suppose it's likely that the guests at the B&B will be families, not just 2 adults.
Good question. Jessica? Can you address that? Whether they were not planning on having families, or how does that work? Jessica?
Yes. Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I can address the question from the Commissioner. Typically, a 1-bedroom bed and breakfast accommodates 2 occupants. So that's the rationale.
It could include
It,
children.
it could include children. It would be up to the discretion of the owners on that.
Okay.
Approval is for
The approval is for the 1 bedroom.
Very good. Go ahead, Mark.
Should the permit say 2 adults and their children, if any? For instance, it could be a baby in arms. There could be one adult with children. I would think the applications should refer to the children, so you don't have a situation where a mother and father show up and their kids gotta go someplace else.
Thanks, Mark. Maybe we'll let the applicant address that. Maybe there's a reason that they chose that, unless through planning or zoning, they can only have 2 people.
Yeah, so in the recommendation, condition number 4 does say the bed and breakfast operations shall be limited to the use of 1 bedroom. So that does not rule out the applicant's acceptance of there being children included.
So the fact that it says 2 adults doesn't mean no children. Is that what
Sorry,
you're saying?
it actually does not address the number of occupants. It states that it will be limited to the use of 1 bedroom.
If that's in the conditions.
Yeah, that's in the conditions.
I just don't want them to face any kind of violation going forward if they have kids, and so that was my concern. Jessica, so you're saying that the 1 bedroom is for 2 adults, but that the special permit does not say anything about any additional people?
That's correct, yeah. And the
Doesn't
applicants
need
can
to.
address the applicants maybe later on could address their intentions in that regard.
Okay, very good. Perry? Go ahead, Perry.
As far as this the use of this additional farm dwelling, does it comply with state land use as far as agricultural use and additional farm dwellings?
Jessica?
Yeah, so the bed and breakfast, the proposed bed and breakfast is in the farm dwelling, not in the additional farm dwelling. The additional farm dwelling will remain in use as a residence, as a farm dwelling by the applicants, by the residents. And as required, the applicants do have agricultural practices that will remain in use on the site.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for staff? No? Okay. Very good. Thank you, Jessica. We'll move along to the applicant. So I'll need to swear you folks in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please state your name and where you reside, please.
Paris Reynolds in Waimea.
John Reynolds, Waimea.
Thank you. Have you read the director's background report and recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree with the conditions of the approval?
Yes.
You do? Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
I would like to add on the children being present in the house. We are not opposed to that. From renting on island for over 12 years, families generally look for a 2-bedroom or more. That's why we had indicated 2 adults, but that doesn't mean that it can't be a father or a mother and their child. It's just it is a 1-bedroom with 1 bed. So that's why we had it clarified that way.
Okay.
We also have a son we travel with, so we know what you're getting at, and it's just, it was more it's one bedroom. We could make alterations and bring in a temporary bedding situation for a younger child, like when we traveled with our son, he was a baby, they provided a crib. That would be something we'd be willing to do.
Right.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? None. Okay. Very good. Then I'm going to move along to what would be public testimony. I don't believe we received any. Staff, can you confirm that there is no public testimony on this agenda item?
Yes, I received no public testimony for this item.
All right. Very good. With that, then, commissioners, I need a motion for action.
I'll make a motion.
Thanks, Mike.
I move that the application for special permit docket number 20-000215 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Very good. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Thank you, Perry. So it was moved by Commissioner Mike Vatusik and seconded by Commissioner Perry Kealoha. The motion as described, and is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Jessica, can we take roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Vatusik.
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis.
Aye.
Commissioner Yates.
Aye.
And Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Very good. Congratulations. So you folks will be notified of the commission's decision in writing. And we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. All right. Does anybody need another break before we move into this next section? Everybody's good? Okay. So we will wait for, I believe, the three applicants. We'll wait for them to come on board and then we'll get started.
Chair Carr Smith.
Yes, Jeff.
Just a reminder, I'm not sure if you mentioned anything about the next agenda item. That would be a planning director initiated.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right.
So
I failed to say that agenda item number 4 has been postponed.
thank you. We just, we need to make some adjustments to the ordinance, and we've already done that, but it was already too late to bring it back. We will be bringing it back to the Leeward Commission in July, and we'll be bringing it to the Windward Commission in July as well.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Jeff, for the reminder. I glossed right over it.
Okay, they're trying to connect now.
Okay, no problem.
Can you see us? They can. Where we at? I don't see us. Oh, I see us. There we are. Okay. All right. Now we turn on the mute and stop my video. We're good. They can probably, I'm gonna mute it.
And Sid, is it you, Brian, Ken, and Randall all there? Under that?
Oh, I'm muted. Oh,
Ken, can you tell me who's there with you?
can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, Sid, Brian, and myself.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't think you could hear us.
And Randall is going to be calling in.
Okay, we'll wait for Randall.
And this is Mark Van Pernis. I have some questions, just so you know, I have some questions for legal counsel.
Okay, let's hold off, Mark, until all the participants are here. Thank you.
You can. It's just on TV.
Nancy, you can already get started. We'll try to get a hold of Randall and have him hook up maybe in a few minutes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the next two applications, agenda item 5 and 6, are two separate applications, but we're going to hear them together. We heard these cases in February and they were deferred to the next meeting, which is today in May. So I'm going to read these long agenda items again. Suffolk Investment LLC, amend Res 2004-000024, continued hearing on an application to amend Condition B, which is a time to pay water deposit. Condition C, time to complete construction. Amend Condition D, which deletes rental housing restriction. Amend Condition E, deletes requirement for supplemental TIAR. Amend Condition F, which is road improvements. Amend Condition H, which is the location of the spine road within the project site. Amend Condition I, Kuakini Highway improvements. Amend Condition U, which is a requirement of a 5-acre school site and improvements. Amend Condition V, which is fair share. Amend Condition X, which is affordable housing requirement and change housing program approving authority. Amend Condition Z, which is administrative time extension. This is all of ordinance number 05-113. Ordinance number 05-113 reclassified the 14.872 acre property from Ag 5 to multifamily residential 2,500 square feet in 2005. The subject property is located Makai of Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway and east Mauka of Kuakini Highway and of the Kahakai Estates subdivision, approximately 2,200 feet north of the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway, Kuakini Highway intersection, Pua'aiki First, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 375, 1719. Okay. Agenda item number 2 is applicant Pua'a Development LLC, amended Res 2004-000025. This is continued hearing on the application to amend Condition B, which is time to pay water deposit. Condition C, time to complete construction. Condition E, complete requirement for supplemental traffic study. Condition F, roadway improvements. Condition H, location of the spine road. Condition I, Kuakini Highway improvements. Condition V, requirement for a 5-acre school site and improvements. Condition W, which is fair share contribution. Condition Y, which is affordable housing timing. Condition Z, which is housing. And condition BB, which is administrative time extension of ordinance number 05-115. Ordinance number 05-115 reclassified the 14.973 acre property from agriculture 5 acres to neighborhood commercial to 20,000 square feet. The subject property is located west of Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway and the Pualani Estates subdivision, and about 1,400 feet north of the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway, Kuakini Highway intersection, Puapua Aiki, I'm not sure I'm saying that right, first, and in North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 375-171. All right. So those are the agenda items. Some housekeeping, since Commissioner Yates was not at the meeting in February, I need to ask if you have had a chance to review all the materials. Mark, can you give her the microphone, please?
Yes, I have.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Christian, please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If you give me a moment, I'll switch on my screen here.
Okay.
And can everybody see it there?
Good.
Okay. Again, as you stated, these are the next two agenda items. We're going to do one presentation for the both of them, given that there's a connection between the two, both geographically as well as from an ownership standpoint. And essentially, the two properties are being designed as part of one larger master plan community. The subject properties here outlined in red for Pua'a Development and in blue for Suffolk Investment are situated in the North Kona district of Hawaii Island. For reference, we've got Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway running generally north-south through the slide in the middle here. And also a little bit farther Makai, we've got Kuakini Highway, again, generally running north-south through the slide. For further locational reference, we've got Pualani Estates here, Mauka of the Pua'a property, as shown in the yellow. And then Makai of the Suffolk property, we've got Kahakai Estate subdivision, and that's Makai here of Kuakini Highway. So I just want to go through the existing entitlements and what was proposed initially and now the current proposed project. For the Suffolk property, ordinance number 05113 was approved on August 5th, 2005 to change the zoning from an agricultural 5-acre zoning designation to a multifamily residential 2,500 square foot zoning designation for 14.872 acres. The applicant originally proposed at the time a 250 unit market rate rental housing development with a 300 stall parking lot and a 1+ acre park. The applicant is currently proposing to reduce the number of rental units to 226 and intends to develop open space and a passive recreation area. For the Pua'a Development property, which is approved under Ordinance 05115 on August 5th, 2005, to change the zoning from agricultural 5 acres to neighborhood commercial 20,000 square feet for 14.973 acres. The applicant in that case initially proposed to develop a neighborhood commercial shopping center, including 93,600 square feet, a square foot complex that would house varied commercial uses such as financial institutions and office spaces. Also proposed was a 500+ parking stall lot with appropriate accessibility requirements. The applicant is currently proposing a reduction in the size of the commercial project from 93,600 square feet to 72,600 square feet Also included in this current proposal is the inclusion of a transit hub in the form of a public bus transfer station, as well as the addition of 100 multiple family residential units. I will note here that in the application, it spoke about 100 multiple family residential units on the Pua'a development property. However, when we get to the site plan, you'll see that it's actually 150 multiple family dwelling units shown on the site plan on that property. So there's a bit of a discrepancy between what's the application and what's on the site plan. So the next two slides list the applicant's amendment requests that the chair read at the beginning. So instead of rereading through all of them, I'll leave them on the screen for you to read. And so with the exception of two specific conditions for the Suffolk property and one for the Pua'a property, the other requested amendments are essentially the same. So in the case of the Suffolk property, those two conditions are related to rental housing and affordable housing. First is condition D, which currently requires the project to be used for rental housing for a period of 20 years, as was represented by the applicant at that time of the original change of zone. So the applicant in this case is asking to delete that condition entirely. Second is condition X, and the applicant is requesting to amend that, which again, as represented by the applicant at the time of the original change of zone, would require a minimum of 20% of the rental units within the Suffolk property to be rented at 80% or less than the median income level, and then the remainder to be rented at 120% or less than the area median income level. In this case, the applicant is requesting relief from these requirements to be replaced with standard affordable housing language. And then next is for Pua'a development. And again, in that case, the applicant is requesting to delete condition Y, which currently requires the project to include housing. The condition goes on to require that at least 50 residential units be under actual construction with completion assured by surety bond before a certificate of occupancy can be issued for any commercial structures. In addition, that condition requires an additional 50 units of housing would be built under those same conditions if any commercial uses exceed 60,000 square feet of gross floor area. So in this case, they're asking for relief from that requirement. And again, other than those, the rest of the conditions that they're asking for amendment remain the same, or are essentially the same. The applicant's stated reasons for requests are basically due to the global economic meltdown that occurred in 2008, over a decade ago. They had difficulty securing the required financing to initiate and complete the project as represented, as the funding was too difficult to obtain, and thus they decided to prioritize exploring alternative uses for the properties, including sale of the properties and exploring sources for construction financing. The applicant believes that the current economic outlook is amenable. However, time is still needed for the applicant to address the various conditions of approval, to incorporate and finalize plans, and to secure the required financing. Again, I'll just note that the economic outlook being amenable was pre-COVID. According to the applicant, they have worked on compliance for several conditions, including the conveyance of a 5-acre site for a future school as required by the ordinances, but it ultimately did not get approved because it was tied to subdivision of the property that never occurred, and then the school relocated to a different area. Lastly, although there's been no physical construction that has occurred, the applicant states that they've expended a considerable amount of soft funds, including nearly $1 million spent for more detailed land use planning and the preparation of infrastructure construction plans for the project. So the zoning for the subject properties are as follows. Again, for reference, we've got Queen Kahumanu Highway running in the middle of the slide here, north-south, and Kuki Highway running toward the bottom. Again, for Pua'a development is neighborhood commercial, 20,000 square feet, as indicated in the pink color, And for Suffolk investment, we've got multiple family residential, 2,500 square feet. Other zonings in the area are a mix of single and multiple family residential, some agricultural, and some neighborhood commercial closer to Kuakini Highway. The state land use designation for the subject parcels is state land use urban, as is indicated by the pink colors. The other designations that we see here, agriculture, as is indicated by the green color. It should be noted that in conjunction with the change of zone ordinances granted in 2005, the applicant secured state land use boundary amendments for each of the subject parcels. As each of those parcels was under 15 acres, they were able to do so through the Planning Commission and County Council. Right. And the general plan designation for under the general plan land use pattern allocation guide map for the subject parcels is largely urban expansion, as is indicated by the thatched design. There is some low density urban to the bottom of the screen indicated in yellow, and some medium density urban in the upper left that's consistent with other multiple family residential zoning in the area. The Kona Community Development Plan designates this area within the Kona urban area, as is indicated by the red line. The subject parcels here outlined again in red and blue are right in the middle of the Kahului Pua Village neighborhood transit-oriented development area. And we'll get into what that means a little bit more later. Here's an aerial photograph of the subject properties with the Pua'a property, again, outlined in red, and Suffolk outlined in blue. As you can see, Mauka of Pua'a, you've got the subdivision here, and then Makai of Suffolk, you've got the Kahakai Estate subdivision here. The properties are generally vacant of any improvements or structures. In compliance with some conditions of approval of the subdivision, there was a paved road built here in this area, and that's consistent with utility corridor. Here is the applicant's proposed site plan entitled the Pualani Makai Master Plan Community, and encompasses both properties. The plan shows two accesses from Queen Kahumanu Highway, which runs at the top of the screen. One is on the left here across from Puapua Anui Street, and the other farther to the right is the Malkamos terminus of the Spine Road that's required by the existing ordinances. And that Spine Road intersects with Kuakini Highway, which is generally running in this area toward the bottom on the Makai side of the larger area. The Pua'a development property, outlined again in red on the Mauka side, depicts a commercial office center here on the left-hand side, and associated parking. Toward the middle of the property there, you can see what is meant to be a drugstore area, and Mauka of that is the proposed bus transfer station. And then further to the right of the screen is proposed areas for about 100 units of multiple family residential. And as I mentioned before, there's a bit of a discrepancy between what was in the application in terms of number of multiple family residential units in the Pua'a property, whereas they said 100, but there are another 50 multiple family residential units being shown on their site plan here, just Makai of the commercial area. For the Suffolk property, further Makai, that is the proposed 260 unit multiple family residential development. Finally, the site plan does depict a few archaeological sites that are shown on the larger area that don't appear to be directly located upon the existing Pua'a or Suffolk properties. Here are some site photos showing surrounding roadways of the subject parcels. The photo on the upper left shows Kuakini Highway heading toward Kailua Kona. The upper right is a view of that same highway heading the opposite direction with the intersection of the Kahakai Estates subdivision here on the right. On the bottom left is a view of Queen Kahumanu Highway looking toward Kailua Kona. This is at the Pua'anui Street intersection with the subject property, that being Pua'a development on the right-hand side. And then the bottom right is looking Queen Kahumanu Highway looking the other direction with the subject property on the left-hand side. So the planning director is recommending an unfavorable recommendation be forwarded to the Hawaii County Council for both ordinances for the following reasons. The proposed requests do not conform to the goals, objectives, and actions of the Kona Community Development Plan. The proposed requests do not conform to the goals, policies, and courses of action, the land use commercial development and land use multiple family elements of the general plan. Previous segmentation of this area in securing planning entitlements is inconsistent with state law, and the proposed request will not result in a more appropriate land use pattern that will further the public necessity and convenience and the general welfare. I just wanted to point out, and I didn't the last time, but these 4 bullet points here are actually part of the criteria we look at when we're making recommendations for approving changes of zone and amendments there too. So the language is very specific because we're recommending unfavorable based on those analysis points. So to the first one, the proposed requests do not conform to the goals, objectives, and actions of the Kona Community Development Plan. The CDP was adopted in 2008, approximately 3 years after the zoning was approved, the CDP being adopted with extensive community input. As we stated before, the subject properties are situated right within the middle of the Kahului Pua'a Village transit-oriented development area. Within those areas, in the Kona urban area, the CDP calls for a development of compact, walkable, mixed-use village development as a preferred development pattern in those areas. The recommended way to do that is through the development of a project district zoning, which is identified as the CDP as a mechanism to achieve that development pattern in the transit-oriented development area, as it allows the flexibility in both permitted uses as well as the densities required, all developed under a master plan to meet the compact, walkable, mixed-use preferred future for those areas. So conversely, the existing single district zoning that we have, both the multiple family residential and neighborhood commercial zoning, cannot achieve this preferred pattern. The applicant has suggested that conditions of approval could further the TOD concept, but the director doesn't want to create a new development process through separate zoning ordinances, on a case-by-case basis, but really prefers to use the existing community-vetted master planning process that was recommended in the CDP. The applicant has stated that this is not possible because a project district requires a minimum of 50 acres of land area. As I'll discuss in a minute, we believe that based on the shared ownership of the parcels, not only the 2 subject parcels, but surrounding parcels, we could find 50 acres to meet that project district requirement. The next slide I want to show is something that I didn't show in the original presentation. But when we went back and we talked about it a little bit, we thought it would be a good idea to show you kind of a graphic representation of what TOD development could look like. There are 2 existing TOD developments under process right now in Hawaii County and actually in Kona, and that's Palamanui and Makalapua. We were told that we probably shouldn't bring up any of those images because they will likely come in front of this body in the very near future for action. So we didn't want to jump the gun on those. So we looked around to see other areas in the islands that are doing this type of POD development. And what you see here is from the island of Oahu, and this is the Waipahu neighborhood TOD site plan or proposed land use plan. As you can see here, and I'm sorry, it may be a little bit unclear to read, but the development is really centered around this rail stop here in the middle. And it should be noted that in this case, and in the case of most TOD developments envisioned in the state and by the Kona CDP, that the transit component is really central to the development of the area and not just as an add-in of a bus transfer station as is proposed by the applicant. The TOD development really allows for a mix of several different uses, including within this pedestrian shed area, which is indicated by this dashed circle. And these include mixed-use residential and commercial with higher intensities and densities in the core around the transit, as well as high density and medium density housing, which as you get farther out in the pedestrian shed, you see some of those designations, some civic spaces, and then high and medium density live workspaces, which means both residential and commercial in the same buildings or within the same block as each other. So really not wanting to get too heavily into the particulars of this TOD, but just kind of give you a graphic representation of what it could and should look like, and kind of comparing this graphic to what's being proposed for Pua and Suffolk. Extending the zoning under the existing zoning, the neighborhood commercial and multiple family residential would really only allow for kind of two of these colors, and that's commercial in the neighborhood commercial area with some separated multiple family residential, and then another separate multiple family residential development, which is largely constrained by our existing zoning code in terms of permitted uses and again densities that would be allowed under the existing zoning. So again, I'll just reiterate that the only way to really create the compact, walkable, mixed-use neighborhood TOD development that's recommended by the Kona CDP is through this larger, more comprehensive project development and planning that's allowed by the project district zoning as recommended by the CDP and allowed for in our zoning code. And at this point, I just want to reiterate that although it would require a bit more planning work on the front end, it also offers the developer some significant benefits in terms of increased density and a broader mix of permitted uses than what's currently allowed. Getting back to the question of the minimum 50 acres required for the project district that we showed this the last time, and this is just ownership of the parcels in the area. This shows the properties owned, the subject property here, the Pua'a property, the Suffolk property are the subject properties, but the other remaining properties are also owned by Pua'a Development, with the exception of Suffolk. And according to DCCA records, the listed managing partner for Suffolk Investments is Pua'a Development. So there is an ownership connection there, and we believe that it would be possible to consolidate those parcels to come up with the minimum 50 acres required, as the parcels together are approximately 61 acres. So getting into the next stated reason for our unfavorable recommendation, the proposed request does not conform to the goals, policies, and courses of action of the land use commercial development and land use multiple family elements of the general plan. The proposed time extension and amendments do not comply with general plan policies. 14.3.572 of the land use commercial development section states that controls to prevent speculative practices on commercially zoned lands may be established. And 14.5.3E of the Land Use Multiple Family section states, to assure the uses of multiple residential zoned areas and to curb speculation and resale of undeveloped lots only, the county may impose incremental and conditional zoning, which shall be based on performance requirements. And we believe that that's what the original ordinances did. They put in place several conditions that locked the applicants into performance of developing multiple family residential and commercial developments. You know, a lot of the requested amendments are asking for relief from those conditions. Construction was supposed to be complete by 2015. Last time we made this presentation, we were unable to confirm that an administrative time extension was requested. After the fact, the applicant did provide us with those documents, so there was an administrative time extension that was granted to 2015. However, even with that said, the applicants waited over 4 years to attempt to revive stale ordinances and is now doing so to either sell the properties or secure a development partner. And in fact, if you look back at the transcripts from the last meeting, the applicants themselves, or the applicant's representative stated that it didn't make sense to try and ask for a time extension before the time that they did when they didn't have anybody on board to develop. Unfortunately, the ordinances do have those time frames in place, and our code does require requests of time extensions prior to those expiration dates. So in this case, the applicant is requesting kind of a large time extension to commence construction within 10 years and complete construction within 20 years. So what they're asking for is an amendment to commence construction within 5 years and complete construction within 10, but they're also asking for the ability to have an administrative time extension, which could multiply that up to 10 years to start and 20 years to complete. And in the case of Pua'a, they're asking for another change to say that completion of construction should be for either the commercial component or the residential component and not both as is currently represented in the condition. The applicants have not demonstrated to the director's satisfaction that they have a plan to complete construction in the requested timeframes, nor have they demonstrated any recent efforts to comply with numerous conditions of approval. As we stated last time, and very early on, we met with the applicant's representative and let them know that we were leaning toward an unfavorable recommendation for many of the reasons we've stated here, and asked them to provide us with a detailed construction schedule outlining how they could meet the requirements of the ordinances or what they're proposing within the timeframes designated. What they did provide to us, unfortunately, was just the name of their possible development partner, Spring Capital, and at the last hearing, they handed out kind of a CV of some of the projects the Spring Capital has done. But other than that, even to this point, 4 months later, they have not provided us with any kind of detailed plan showing that they can actually develop the property as is being represented. So at this point, it's hard for us to it's on the director's satisfaction that they can actually complete it within the time frame that they're asking for. Secondly, within the last 15 years, the applicant has had an opportunity to comply with other conditions of approval. They've stated that they've done some roadway designs and some drainage designs and things like that. However, there are several other conditions of approval, such as a requirement to complete sewer studies, a requirement to do water calculations and pay water commitments, which they haven't done for 15 years. Completing archaeological plans beyond just the archaeological inventory survey. And then in the case of Suffolk, they were required to pay their fair share for multiple family residential units, either prior to plan approval or within 5 years of the effective date of the ordinance, and they have not done that either. So, you know, there was a couple of applications we heard today both Parker School and then Kona Country Club, where it was stated that, in the case of Parker School, they've really shown a concerted effort to comply with conditions of approval. And even in Kona Country Club, it was stated by the applicant and some of the commissioners that they've been able to see that there has been a concerted effort to actually comply with conditions. In the case of these two ordinances, however, outside of some really smaller types of condition compliance, there really hasn't been much in the way of a lot of these other studies. And that's the applicant's stated reason for needing all this additional time, is we need the time to do all of these studies, when in fact they could have been doing this in the last 15 years and have not done so. Next is the previous segmentation of the area in securing planning entitlements is inconsistent with state law. Subdivision 7814, which we showed before, was approved in 2004 and created a 5-lot subdivision, 4 of which resulted in lots just under 15 acres in size. In 2005, both Pua Development and Suffolk applied for and received approval for a state land use boundary amendment from agricultural to urban designation for their respective properties. At the time of processing, these applications did not go to the Land Use Commission, as they were represented by the applicants to be separate entities and under 15 acres in size. At the time, the Land Use Commission commented that they had strong objections to the manner in which the state land use boundary amendments were being processed under HRS 205-3.1, amendments to district boundaries. They believed that both the Village Center, Pua'a, and the rental housing project, Suffolk, were part of the same Pualani Makai master plan community, and the permitting was deliberately incrementalized to evade the jurisdiction of the Land Use Commission. Although the original 2005 boundary amendments were approved in an incrementalized manner in order to implement the TOD concept and project district zoning recommended by the Kona Community Development Plan and the director in this case, the applicant will be required to seek a state land use boundary amendment from the LUC from agricultural to urban for the surrounding properties that are under joint ownership. And again, this is can be a laborious process, but in order to do it right, this is what would need to be done. The proposed request will not result in a more appropriate land use pattern that will further the public necessity and convenience and the general welfare. Based on all of the preceding information, the director feels that approving the requested amendments and retaining the existing zoning would no longer result in an appropriate land use pattern that will further the public necessity and convenience and the general welfare. As an alternative, the director recommends that the applicants pursue a state land use boundary amendment for the remaining 2 adjacent properties and submit a change of zone to a project district for the approximately 60-acre area, or at a minimum 50 acres, to establish the Kahului Puapua'a Village Neighborhood Transit-Oriented Development area as recommended by the Kona CEP. For all of these reasons, the director is recommending that we forward an unfavorable recommendation to the County Council for the proposed amendments for rezone ordinance 05113 and rezone ordinance 05115. With that, again, I'll leave the presentation on the screen if there are any questions related to any of the slides that we've shared, and happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Christian. Mark, I apologize that I didn't go back to you for your question. My bad. Jay, I think Mark might have a question for you. Go ahead, Mark. Use the microphone though, yeah?
First, I have
Use the microphone, please.
First, I have a question for staff.
I thought you had a legal question.
Well, let me ask the legal questions first then. As the staff says, these ordinances are stale, but that I take it to mean the requirements for the completion of infrastructure and project development that have long since passed and expired. before the applications were filed. Aren't the ordinances, Paul, such that they can't be resurrected and extended as to those expired conditions for these proposed developments, such that the applicants must file new applications for new ordinances? That's my first question.
Jay, did you understand the question?
I did. I'm not sure what he's asking as it relates to what we're doing here today, though, because here, we're here on the applicant's request, for for basically to amend their conditions. And so I understand his question in the context of what could be done or should have been done, but I'm not sure that that's something that the Leeward Planning Commission would have authority over in terms of making that decision for them, for the applicant.
Let me be more specific. The ordinances have expired. The applications seek waiver or changes in the expired applications. So aren't the applications also, Paul?
Chris, did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So there is a condition in both ordinances. In the case of Suffolk, it's AA, and it reads, should any of the conditions not be met or substantially complied with in a timely fashion, the planning director may initiate rezoning of the area to its original or more appropriate designation. So if I understand the question correctly, it doesn't automatically revert to the prior zoning, but would require an action on the planning director, by the planning director to initiate rezoning of that area to original or something more appropriate. And the language here says may, so it doesn't prescribe that it happens, it says may.
Kristen, you said that they had till 2015 with the extensions to comply with the ordinance. I'm not suggesting any change of zone or anything. What I'm suggesting or what I'm questioning is, since the ordinances were POW as of 2015, aren't these applications also POW? Shouldn't they be applying for new ordinances?
I might let Jeff address this or the director, but I think as a matter of practice, we have in the past allowed folks to come in after the fact to request amendments, including time extensions beyond the expiration date of ordinances. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion with both the Leeward and Windward Planning Commission on what to do with kind of these stale ordinances and stale permits. But in this case, we did accept the amendment request applications and have processed them and come to a recommendation. So kind of we're at where we're at right now and moving forward with what's in front of us. I don't know if Jeff or Michael want to address that.
Well, what I'm the practice may not be appropriate. I'm asking for a legal opinion as whether that practice of accepting applications for POW ordinances is legal.
In that case, I'd have to defer to Corporation Counsel.
Jay, did you want to comment?
Yes, if we want to go through a protracted discussion about this particular issue, then we should go into executive session. All I can say for the record here, simply put, is that the Leeward Commission, Planning Commission has what it has before it, and the commission has options on what it wants to do. I wouldn't let this, well, it's up to the commission, right? I mean, if the commission wants to hear or discuss this matter further in executive session, then that would have to come on another day.
Thank you, Jay.
My
who did I-
second,
Wait, Mark, you have to, yeah, so hold on a second, please, Mark. Maya, I think you had something to add, perhaps.
yes, I have a second legal question and a question for staff on the presentation.
All right, hold on, Mark. Maya, did you have a comment on this?
I do. So I think the sticking point of misinterpretation here is that Commissioner Van Pernis has said that the ordinance is POW and it's not POW. There's no condition in the ordinance that says that it shall automatically expire after a certain date. There's no condition in the ordinance says that if you don't perform, the ordinance automatically expires. It requires further action on the part of the planning director, the commission, and the council. There's nothing in the zoning code that says non-performance means the ordinance automatically expires. So just to be very clear, the ordinance is not POW and it does not automatically expire. The reason, what there is in the zoning code is language that says an applicant can come back and request amendments to ordinances or time extensions to an ordinance through the director, the planning commission, and the council. So that's where we are. We have an ordinance, two ordinances that are what we call stale, have stale conditions. The applicant has requested a time extension. And now the ball is really in planning commission and county council's court to say, hey, you know, we don't want to offer those time extensions, or yeah, that seems reasonable. So that's just some context of how we have handled this situation in the past based upon, you know, our legal limitations of what the code says and the ordinances do or do not say.
Thank you, Maya. Appreciate that.
Let me respond to Maya by saying that's a good argument, but under that argument, every ordinance would go on forever.
That's what we have in front of us, Mark. So.
Okay, let me ask my other legal question. The applicants are asking for, I believe, deletion of the requirement of 5 acres going for a school lot, which implies or states that they're going to take that 5 acres and include it in the development. Does this additional 5 acres trigger the requirement for a new application to either the county or the state agencies involved?
Christian?
This is a legal question about the 5 acres of additional development.
Jay?
I would have to defer that to the planning department. I am not aware or familiar with that particular condition.
Michael, did I see your hand? Planning director? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. You must have been scratching your head. Christian.
Okay, if I can try to address that. The condition requiring 5 acre set aside for a school site was just a condition of approval for that ordinance. It's part of the, that 5 acres would have been part of the just under 15 acres of the project size. So this would be the appropriate venue to go through to request to amend that condition, delete it, or otherwise, without having to, trigger it to go up to State Land Use Commission or anything else. This is just part of the under 15 acres that is under the purview of the Planning Commission and County Council, if I understand your question correctly.
Thank you. I have a question of staff, which is, you said that they're asking for the deletion of the affordable housing requirement, which is a construct affordable housing, and substitute what you've refer to as standard language on affordable housing. What standard language are you referring to?
Generally, that 20% of the units developed within any development would need to be affordable as designated by the Office of Housing and Community Development and HUD guidelines. So in this case, at the time they were granted the change of zone back in 2005, they represented that they would go above and beyond just the normal requirements. They said, for 20% of these units, we will rent them at 80% or less than median income, which and then the remainder would be at 120 or less. I believe the standard requirement is at this point at 120 or less. So I think in this case they're asking for all of the units that would be designated as affordable units to be under that 120 or less. That's how I guess maybe the applicant can address that at the time, but they are asking for relief of a condition that was placed on that based on their representations back then.
My understanding is that they're seeking to not build affordable housing or rent affordable housing, but to allow some undesignated property to be submitted in lieu of affordable housing so that that property could theoretically be used by the county if the county had any money to build affordable housing.
Yeah.
Is that not your understanding?
So I think at the time, and Sid even said this at the last hearing, reading through the transcripts, that at the time the county council really wanted to see actual affordable housing developed and not use in lieu credits, which is also a possibility. That's kind of standard language in our housing conditions of rezones. In fact, for Pua'a, the neighborhood commercial, there's a condition that states housing shall be a part of this project, and then goes on to link the development or the ability to obtain a certificate of occupancy for any commercial to the development of actual housing. They're asking for relief from that requirement as well. So there's no tying the actual having to build housing to commercial development. So I will let them address that as to what their intentions are moving forward. On the record, they've stated they intend to develop affordable housing. But looking at the request for relief of conditions that they've submitted, it would really decouple the development of housing from the development of commercial, and there would be nothing holding them to developing housing if those conditions were amendments were granted. Part of going through the project district process includes a phasing plan, which speaks to when housing would be developed relative to commercial, relative to other types of uses. So that's another reason that we're recommending going that direction, as well as its consistency with the CDP. That was also the answer to your
understand that you use the word developing affordable housing. I'd like to use the word construct affordable housing. Is it your understanding that they're proposing to delete any requirement to construct what will be affordable housing and instead submit some undefined property at some undefined location at some undefined price?
Again, maybe I would let the applicant address that. I don't want to get into what their intent is or however it is. All I'm saying is, based on the types of amendments that they're requesting right now, there would be no conditions holding them to actually developing or constructing housing, other than timed conditions for Suffolk saying that they will develop, if granted, their amendments in the next 20 years, some type of housing development. And if they go with what the standard language is for affordable housing, then they could use in lieu housing credits or things like that, where they wouldn't actually have to construct on-site housing. But again, that's something that I'll let them address because we haven't seen a kind of a detailed development timeline or any other type of assurances that housing is going to be built and when. I can't answer that.
Sorry, I was muted. Do other commissioners have questions? Mike? We're questioning staff.
Yes. Yeah, pretty complicated deal here. But basically, if we could boil it down to looking at the project that's being proposed, right? Does the staff have issues with the project itself, or are the issues with the process to get to that project?
I would say that the development as is currently proposed in the site plan and as would be allowed by by continuation of the existing zoning would not allow the type of development that is envisioned and recommended by the Kona Community Development Plan for mixed-use walkable. I'll go ahead and if I can reshare my screen, I'll throw back up the image of the site plan, and maybe it will help kind of address what I'm looking at, or what we're looking at. Sorry, not quite sure how to do this otherwise. Okay. Oops. So again, what you see here in the proposed site plan for the Pualani-Makai Master Plan community, you guys can see this? Okay. Is really what is allowed under the existing zoning. For the neighborhood commercial, you have the ability to do both commercial and multiple family residential, which is being proposed, but then completely separate from the other multiple family residential that's being proposed on the Suffolk lot that requires setback separation. It requires whatever density is allowed for development on that property. As you can see here, for these folks to access the commercial area, they'd have to jump in their cars and drive up the access road to get to the commercial area to go to the drugstore or to the offices or whatever else. What the CDP envisions, and that's more consistent with this type of mixed-use TOD development, is kind of all of these uses taking place in one area, and allowing for higher density around the transit area in the commercial core, lower density on the outside, but then mixed uses of living and working in the same buildings, in buildings next door to each other, and things like that. Under the existing zoning, this is impossible. So ultimately, your question initially was, do we have an issue with the development? And the issue is yes, the development is inconsistent as is currently proposed with what the CDP calls for. And as that's one of the kind of the criteria to look at consistency with existing plans, we would say that yes, we have an issue with what's being currently proposed. It is inconsistent with the CDP that came into view 3 years after the ordinances were granted. But because they're coming in for a time extension and other amendments, we have to look at what the CDP calls for in the area. And that's kind of where we're at this point. Does that answer your question, Mike? You're muted.
Thank you. So the
You're still muted for some reason. There you go.
Is it still muted?
No, go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the inconsistency then is that the development that's being proposed is not dense enough for the area.
It's not just density, it's a mix of uses, it's walkability, it's any number of things that the CDP calls out, which unfortunately cannot be developed under the zoning that's currently set up at this point. So yeah.
Because of like the walkability, there's no way that we can connect the two. Is that what we're saying? Is that the zoning prohibits like construction of walking paths that would go between the two properties?
There's no prohibition there, and you know, Maya and I have talked a lot about this, so I'm gonna tap her and tag her in if that's okay, Mike, and she can address that.
Sure, of course.
Go ahead, Maya.
Hi. So one of the main differences, Mike, is with this current zoning and what they're proposing, you have land uses that are segregated. You have your commercial in one area, you have your housing in another, and when you don't integrate it, either within one structure with like a live-work unit or very close to one another, then the community, the area becomes less walkable. You have to get in your car. The tendency is to get in the car to go from the housing area to the commercial area. So the project district zoning would allow not only greater density, but a lot higher percentage of mixing the uses together so that these areas do become automatically more conducive to walking and biking.
So that's a nice idea, of course, you know, I mean, it's great. Does that solve our housing issue now? I mean, we have these pressing issues where we don't have housing for people, and you know, the idea that what they have presented to us is pretty close to what we're suggesting, you know, in terms of mixed use, where you've got some residential, you've got some multifamily. They're pretty close to each other. They're connected to each other. They could be more connected. I don't know if that's something that can be worked out between the applicant and the office, but I mean, is this going to make it more difficult for our community to get the housing that it needs?
I would say not necessarily. I mean, the current request that the applicant is making is actually a lot of relief from providing affordable housing units. So I would, you know, suggest that what they're proposing isn't going to necessarily get us any closer to providing units on the ground in a short time frame.
And I agree with you there. I don't necessarily think the changes to the zoning conditions are appropriate, you know, given the need for it now. I think the time extension is too great. But my question is, if we would be better served by maintaining the existing zoning and reconditioning it to make it suit our community's needs now versus kicking it back to a land use commission and project district that's going to extend this way beyond the you know, 10, 20-year period that is being proposed here.
Yeah, so I understand your concern, Mike, just because of the time it takes to go through these planning processes. I would just remind you that the developer, the applicant, has not provided us with any timeline or guarantee at this point. So I can't really speak to how long their proposal is going to take or if it's going to pan out. But what I can tell you is the planning department has to advise the commission based on the plans that the community has created. And, you know, the CDP says we need affordable housing. The CDP also says we want more walkable TODs and more walkable commercial communities. So we have to balance that. And I don't think we can necessarily throw either of those ideas out the window. I think the director, and he can speak to this, would feel a lot more comfortable if the applicant would provide some more solid timeline of when housing could be provided, or if it's even going to be provided on site.
So again, you know, I definitely agree. But I think that looking at the extension, the zoning extension from 2011, it indicates that, you know, the Kona Community Development Plan was adopted after the fact, and it kind of offers help from the county to the developer saying, hey, if you need help in complying with the guidelines established in the community development plan, then we can help you. You know, the whole purpose behind, you know, 3 months ago when we asked for a deferral was, I think the commission was hoping that, you know, the applicant and the planning department would hooey back up and try to solve these issues so that we're not in this kind of uncomfortable position of trying to mediate something. And I feel like if we have this goal of providing housing, of providing commercial space, and we have this kind of mixed use type area, which existed prior to the Kona Community Development Plan. And, you know, it's kind of like a chicken or the egg, where we've got this thing that existed previously. Now we're trying to incorporate it into the plan. Is there a way where the applicant can work with the staff, with the planning department to make the existing zoning work, so that we don't have to kick it farther down the road and change zoning and go to land use commission and all that? Is there a way that we can accomplish that by working together?
It's a very good question. I support that question, and I'd like to know whether there has been any communications and any efforts trying to work out any of these details. Can the planning department confirm or deny whether there's been any efforts made since February?
We met with the applicant's representative shortly after the February hearing, had a conversation in the director's office. And really what came out of that is a determination that our recommendation wasn't going to change. That not just for consistency with the CDP, but all of the other reasons we stated for the unfavorable recommendation, we were just going to move forward with that. And from that point, that's kind of when the the world turned upside down. So we haven't had any additional meetings since then about that.
Mike,
does the county have any ideas on what could be done in order to turn this into a favorable recommendation to maintain the existing zoning and allow them to proceed? Or is it a hard line on the project district is the only way to accomplish the needs?
I think just my opinion, and I'll certainly defer to the director on this, but based on what the CDP calls for and based on the limitations of the existing single zoning as they are, there's really not a possibility to kind of even get close. If you add into that then the extensive relief that's being requested by the applicant on developing anything other than commercial development there, it's very difficult to find that middle ground. That's just my response, and I'll let the director respond as it's his recommendation.
Director, do you have any comments?
So, yeah, and besides the meetings that Christian just spoke about, we certainly have had internal meetings amongst staff to talk about this project more than once. Soon after the hearing in February, and thereafter a couple more. So I think we've tried to take a reasonable look at options, and I still fell under the recommendation that I had before. So I'm hesitant to sit there and say, yes, there's an option, because then all of a sudden we get into conversation about not going forward with my recommendation, right? So I'm hesitant to want to sit there and say, now, people who know me also, I try never to say never. I try to listen if there are good options out there too. But I think we've kind of exhausted our conversations on this up to now. So that's my general comment for now.
That seems to, a lot of what you're proposing seems to be based on something that doesn't really sit that well with me, and that's with you recommending to the property owner that they pull in other property that they own and combine it into a project district. Is that really typical to address property other than the applicants are in front of you for?
No, I see Christian raising his hand, so I'll let Christian go first. Go ahead, Christian.
I think more than anything, we were responding to the applicant's assertion that there wasn't a possibility to meet the minimum required acreage for a project district. And we were saying that, in fact, with consolidation, there is. And really, even in areas where there are multiple landowners, that's still what the plan calls for in those areas. It's a little more difficult in those other TOD areas where there are multiple landowners to get everybody on the same page. But in this case, it's a bit unique in that all of the properties in the area that would make up that minimum 50 acres are either owned or controlled by Hua'a development. So I think our recommendation is a more appropriate zoning, which the condition calls for, that and in this case, the more appropriate zoning would be that project district. So yeah, I think in my opinion, it's appropriate to make that recommendation, because that's the part of the authority we have to make that recommendation for a more appropriate zoning.
But they have zoning, right? They have zoning and they're making a proposal. I see you, Mark and Faye. I'll be with you in just a minute. I want to speak as well. Thank you.
They currently have zoning that is stale, that would need the time extension to continue to do anything on the property.
Right.
And so again, the condition of the existing ordinance says if they're not met or conditions not met or substantially complied with in a timely fashion, the planning director may initiate rezoning to the area to its original or a more appropriate designation. So in this case, the director is not initiating the zoning. He is recommending that the applicant move toward the project district, which is the more appropriate designation in this case, in order to refresh the ordinances and move a project forward.
I guess all I'm saying, and then I'll move on, is that I wish that the department was trying to be more cooperative with applicants that are proposing to develop something that develops a new Malcolm Mackay Road, which would be a benefit to the community. There's commercial involved. There's rentals involved, which we desperately need the housing. And it seems like it's just maybe not jiving with the definition of the TOD that you guys want, but we're not Oahu, and it's not going to look like Oahu looks, hopefully. So that's all I have to say right now on that. Mark, go ahead. You're muted, Noriko. Okay, anybody else until we get those
Rochelle,
guys unmuted?
can you unmute them, Rochelle?
He's unmuted.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Their microphone's not on mute. It's under Noriko's name, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there something wrong with the microphone? Is Alex there to check?
Okay, anybody else? Perry, Max, you have, go ahead, Perry.
I guess following up on Mike's questioning and in light of the conversation that's been going on. So if I'm hearing this right, as far as part of the county's view on this, because they're trying to piecemeal this project to avoid certain hoops, they're not able to achieve the goal as far as this TOD is concerned. So if they were treating this as one property, you could create the appropriate walkways and so forth to meet the general requirements, but because they're piecemealing it, you need to have the appropriate setbacks. There cannot be the walkways, and the properties aren't adjoined in any way. Is that the right understanding?
Yeah.
Kristen?
I think again, under the existing.
Am I heard yet?
Under the existing zoning, it's kind of impossible to get to that preferred development. It's not that we don't want to see it or anything like that. It's kind of not possible, and it provides you what you see they're proposing is kind of these separate uses, commercial separate from housing, separate from other housing that requires getting into a car and going to commercial, and things like that. So that hopefully that answers your question.
I don't why is it not possible to walk from your apartment up to the commercial? Maybe there's easements or whatever. Why is that not possible? Or what makes you think that people will get in a car as opposed to walking? They'll even walk down to hit Kuakini and walk into the village.
If we're looking at kind of what's being proposed, that's kind of the way that they would do it. It's more consistent with kind of suburban separated development, auto-oriented development versus mixed use, walkable, commercial, and residences mixed in the same place that the CDP is looking for. And what the CDP asked for, and since the CDP provides a process and a framework for doing that through the project district, I don't know if people would get out, and walk up to the commercial or walk down. I'm certain that some would, but most, at least as what's being represented in the site plan, would almost require that.
Okay. All right, let's move over to Noriko.
Can I?
Go ahead, Mark.
Can I be heard? Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
First of all, I want to point out to Mike and to Ms. Smith that they have a false assumption that there is affordable housing going to be built. My understanding is that they're asking that the affordable housing not be built, that they not build affordable housing. Secondly, I would point out that the CDP has the power of law. It has to be complied with. Supreme Court has thus decided, the state Supreme Court. And thirdly, I wish to point out that I have thoroughly studied this project and spoken with some of the people who have filed their statements. And I wish to point out that there is a major infrastructure problem that this project creates. So regardless of the zoning, and I'm not suggesting that it be returned to ag. I think should have appropriate zoning, but that you folks are not yet considering what I believe Mr. Fuki will admit is a major, major infrastructure problem that the applicants are going to cause and not address. By the way, the commissioner here wants to talk.
Yes, go ahead, Faye.
Yay, finally.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that's
Everybody
okay.
has a lot to say. Thanks for being patient.
That's okay. Well, first of all, I mean, we all realize housing is at a shortage, and it would be a great thing to be able to have more shortage. But again, you know, I went to school here at Conewana High School more than 50 years ago. The road Kuakini has not been improved to any way that would be, you know, conducive to traffic these days. And I know all of that has to be done. So again, it has to do with infrastructure. Secondly, you know, when you build all of these homes, et cetera, the county has to come up with monies, has to come up with workers, has to come up with maintaining. I mean, they're saying a park. So who's going to maintain that park? We need more county employees. There's a lot of things that needs to be taken into consideration other than having affordable housing. And then, of course, yeah, people, you know, may walk around but my biggest concern is, you know, can our county support this, you know, with maintaining the road, or are the developers going to maintain that road? Are they going to also take care of the parks? Are they also going to provide transportation, maybe the transportation to the commercial areas? What's going to happen? This is my concern. You know, it becomes a tax burden on all of us. So are the people that buy into their place, they're going to be responsible for the taxes to take care of where they are? As we all know, you know, all of us are paying exorbitant amount of taxes to be able to support our county. So all of these things to me is something that needs to be considered. And, you know, unfortunately, it's a good idea, but I have to agree with our director that, you know, maybe now's not the time, or maybe more thought should be put into it so that it's not a tax burden on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Max, do you have any questions for staff?
At this time, I don't have any questions, but just mirroring, simply put, the request of exemptions being made by the applicant seem to far outweigh what they're offering as a project. We desperately need housing, but I just don't see between what they're proposing and what the community needs coming together. I'll just leave that as my statement.
Okay, thank you. Maya?
Thank you, Chair Carr-Smith. Can I just close with one more idea? When the planning director makes a recommendation, what we do is we look at, for zoning, we look at whether the zoning is the most appropriate land use. I'm sorry, the most appropriate zoning for that area in order to create the best land use pattern. So I know there's a tendency on all of our parts to look at projects rather than the zoning that's being requested. What we're saying in this case is right now, the applicant has commercial and residential segregated zoning districts. And what we're saying is a project district would be the more appropriate zoning district to create the land use pattern that the Kona community has said that they want to see in this area.
And that would create more density and more traffic, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
That would create more density and more traffic in that area.
It may create less density if it's designed in a more walkable way. That's the goal.
Mike, did you have something else? Mike Fatusik? No, okay. All right, anything else, anyone?
Yeah. I do have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
So would the planning director then initiate the change of zoning as is indicated in the change of zoning ordinance?
I'm going to answer that, but Michael, chime in if you want to. So if the commission and the council were to determine that this wasn't an appropriate zoning any longer, then the director would initiate procedures to change the zoning.
And how does that work for the additional properties that would add to get to the 50 acres? Does the applicant have to opt into that in order to have their zoning changed?
That is a great question. We would have to have that conversation with the applicant, and we would also probably have to have an internal conversation of whether the director should also initiate a change to the zoning code to reduce the minimum acreage to create a project district. So there's different things we can look at if the applicant isn't amenable to including other properties.
So okay, Mark, go ahead.
One thing, if already has been assuming the applicant here is going to be the developer. I want to remind you that it was established at the February hearing that the applicant, represented by Mr. Cook, is not going to develop, has no ability to develop, nor is Mr. Schuler, the man behind Mr. Cook, and the LLC is going to develop, but this is a sale. This is a sale to another developer who will not commit to when or where he will develop or when, and that what we're doing here is just promoting the sale by Mr. Schuler to this developer who will sometime in the indefinite future develop, perhaps if he does sell himself. I think that the true developer should apply when he plans on developing. And
Okay.
public review at that time.
All right, thank you. Okay, Christian.
Just really quickly, before we get to the applicant, I did want to point out that we did receive a significant number of correspondences after the February meeting in terms of public testimony from neighbors, the evidence of the administrative time extension, and we also got a response from State Department of Transportation relative to their review of the traffic impact analysis report. And so I just wanted to point that out, and also to address the possible reopening of public testimony so we could accept those testimonies. That's all.
Thank you. All right. We'll get to that public testimony after we hear from the applicant, as we usually do, right? That was the plan anyway, Christian. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Fouquet, you and your guys are there and ready to go. We need to swear you in. Is everybody okay? Do we need any breaks at this point? Okay. Okay. All right, everybody raising their right hand, please. Mr. Fouquet, Mr. Cook, and Mr. Van Bergen, and Mr. Okaneku. Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you very much. Can you one at a time, please state your name and where you reside for the record?
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioner, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Sidney Fouquet. I'm a planning consultant. My residence address is in Hilo, Hawaii. My role is essentially to help assist the applicant with the processing of the time extension and related amendments. With me today are Brian Cook, the landowner representing the landowner developer, and also Ken Van Bergen, who's representing the developer in this case here. Do you want me to just kind of continue on? Or
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
There have been a lot of material that have been already presented to the commission. A lot of internal discussion, among the between the commission and the staff. And before, going on further, I'd like to just kind of indicate, as the staff had noted, one is that this is a neighborhood shopping complex that has about 380 plus housing units, of which we propose 226 would be in the rental market. There's a transit station. There's a new Malcolm Mackay Road, which would be developed by the landowner, complete with curb gutters and sidewalks. They're going to be doing expanded signalization at the intersection, so on and so forth. Now, there are two, I think, discourses I gathered. One was the whole notion about all or nothing on the condition. True, the applicant has proposed about 10 or 11 different amendments. Now, it's the responsibility, I believe, of not only the staff, but also the commission, that if you like 10 and you don't like the 11, then your obligation would be to recommend its approval or denial on certain things. So please do not regard this as being an all or nothing. So specifically as it relates to the affordable housing condition, that is true. The applicant had proposed that as far as the rental unit, the demarcation of certain percentage be set aside for 80% and below, and the rest into the rental area. That language was being proposed to be deleted. Now, if on the other hand, based on all of your considerations, that you believe that that condition should still be retained, then that should be a recommendation. But don't let that one condition be the downfall of the rest of what the applicant is requesting. Secondly, the whole notion about walkability, mixed use, so on and so forth. And I tend to disagree with the staff's finding that you can't integrate the two properties to achieve the walkability and the mixed use kind of concept. True, within the multiple family zone area, it's going to be limited only to multiple family activities. But within the commercially zoned area, you could have a combination of multiple family and commercial uses, which is what the tentative plan calls for right now. Further, the distance between the two areas is not 2 miles. I mean, you're basically talking only about 100 or 200 yards differences. So if there's a desire to kind of integrate both areas, then it can easily be done through what is called the administrative process of plan approval. So which is one item that, in my discussion with the planning department, I would say if you want to achieve some of these TUD kind of objectives, it can be done short of having to be vetted by the design center, which sometimes can take you so long. But you can do it through the plan approval process. You can require there be this kind of physical integration between properties. I know that for a fact because there have been a number of projects that I've worked on in the Hilo area where they've kind of mandated driveway accesses and pedestrian access between two adjoining properties. And in the beginning, the adjoining properties objected, but at the end of the day, they agreed how it's functioned. Now, having said that, I think a couple of things I wanted to speak to relative to the regulatory end. The general plan was adopted in 1971, and the most current one, which is what we're operating today, was adopted in February of 2005. The zone change was adopted in August of 2005. So at that time, it was the decision makers and the planning commission and the planning director, they all concluded that this project meets the requirements of the county general plan. Then we had the CDP, the Kona Community Development Plan, which was adopted in 2008. When we went through, the applicant went through for the initial time extension in 2011, at that time, the planning director concluded, number one, the project is consistent with the general plan. Number two, the project is consistent with the Kona CDP. Now, what has happened on the Kona CDP since the adoption in 2008? There has been some amendments that occurred in 2019, just last year. And the specific amendments as it relates to the land use component basically said that it's not a mandate in terms of going through the project district, but they would encourage the developer to go through the project district process because, you know what, we will help you guys out. We'll speed it up, we'll support you guys all the way, and we'll take it through the Kona Design Center and we'll get it through very quickly. Now, usually when the department or the commission considers a recommendation for denial, the denial is, on the general plan, say like, well, it's not consistent with the general plan. So if you want to propose a resort activity in an area that's not shown on the general plan, then obviously you're out. There's no way that statutorily you could recommend its approval. And then, you look at, in this case, you have a medium density and urban expansion on the general plan. The zoning is already consistent with that. As affirmed in 2005 and as affirmed by another planning director in 2011. So how can you tell me in 2019, this is not consistent with the county general plan? Then you look at, for other reasons why the commission or the department might recommend denial. The infrastructure is incomplete. You don't have enough water. You don't have enough sewer. And all those things. But here is a situation, you have the water, there's a county sewer line right below the street, and the State Department, there's a traffic study done. There's mitigations that we propose pursuant to an approved traffic study by the State Department of Transportation. I just mentioned that to you. Department of Transportation reviewed the traffic study and they concurred with the traffic study. The other reasons why maybe a project might be denied is that you have unresolvable environmental or cultural historical issues. Say, for example, you have a major floodway going through the property. There's no way that you would want to have development occurring in that area. Or if you have archaeological or cultural things that cannot be resolved, then, then they are basis for its denial. So then you got to ask yourself, why is the planning director recommending? If you look through, 3 or 4 pages and 15 minutes of dissertation of the reasons why, they talk a little bit about the general plan saying speculation. They're talking about subverting the land use commission process. But the linchpin argument is really that they want the project, the landowner, to go through the state land use commission and the project district rezoning. Now, we all know that that's a process that's very time consuming, that's very expensive, and most critically, you don't know the outcome. Maybe you like the project, but what if the land use commission denies it or imposes conditions that are totally amount to an impossible situation for the developer to proceed? So what it boils down to, I think, there are 2 ways of how this application can be processed. One is that you can take what the director or the staff is recommending, say denial, and then force the developer to go through a project district and a state land use commission boundary amendment. And I've already explained some of the liabilities behind all that. Or on the other hand, you can take the recommended approach. You can pick and choose what you want on the conditions to favorably recommend and conditions you don't want to favorably recommend, but kick it up to the county council and let the council make a decision. Now, in so doing, what you do is that you're keeping that decision-making down to this level. You're not kicking the decision-making up to 9 land use commissioners, of which 7 of them don't reside on this island. So I guess what I'm asking, and pleading really to this commission is that if you can put your real life common sense lens on and ask yourself, given the county's high unemployment and the economic uncertainty, especially exacerbated really by the COVID-19 issue, shouldn't government be more encouraging and supportive of private initiatives, especially on a project that, number one, is consistent with the CDP and the general plan as recommended by two previous planning directors and the county council. Project that will help the economy, provide much needed jobs, provide goods and services, provide affordable housing, both for sale and rental, provide much needed road connectivity between Kukini Highway and the Queen Kaumana Highway extension. So I presented to you at the last commission meeting, and I think I also emailed it to the planning staff to provide it to the commissioner who was not there. Proposed recommendations for both the Suffolk and the Pua applications. Now I had to do that because otherwise, if the commission hopefully sees it the way that we're seeing and hoping that the commission would act, and if you recommend favorably on all or portion of it, you would need to have reasons for its favorable recommendation. You would also need to have corresponding amendments to those. So that's what I did. One final thing I'd like to kind of mention is that, in what I presented on the affordable housing, the existing condition and even the proposed condition, even if it deletes the rental portion, the subject property already was entitled to 50 affordable housing credit. The existing condition right now, and we're not proposing any amendment, he's saying that, you cannot use any of those affordable housing credits to offset your affordable housing requirement. And two, you cannot buy credits and you cannot satisfy your requirements off-site. They have to be on-site. And that's explicit in terms of what the existing condition states. So therefore, if the affordable housing, the rental component is a very critical issue for the commissioners, and I kind of hence that it is, then my recommendation is that if you look at condition V, the new condition V, then you leave the wording in. And that wording basically says, further, as represented by the applicant, a minimum of 20% of units will be rented at the 80% or less than median income level, and the remaining at the 120% or less than median income level. So that was what we're proposing to delete. If you cannot agree with that, just recommend its denial on that component. But don't let that one issue cause you to recommend denial on the entire package of requested amendments. I have mentioned earlier Brian Cook and Ken Van Bergen, landowner, developer, and also on standby is Mr. Okaneko. He's in a position to answer any traffic-related questions that the commission is going to have. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fouquet. Were Mr. Van Bergen or Mr. Cook planning on speaking?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm Brian Cook, and representing Pua Development. Suffolk and West Valley.
Can you speak up?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yep. We acquired the property, almost 62 acres back in 2004, zoned agricultural property. We felt like at that time there was a need in central West Hawaii to develop a project that would provide affordable rental housing, commercial shopping center. We felt like that area is central, and as it turned out, that area became a neighborhood TOD. So someone that did agree with us, we went in and we got it rezoned for neighborhood commercial CV20 and RM25 multifamily. We felt like at that time that we needed to provide housing for a lot of the people that can't afford rates that were currently in Kona Central. And so we felt like an affordable rental housing project would be very important, where we would have rental rates below market rates. Affordable rental housing, in the beginning, I felt like, well, if we did an affordable rental housing project of 250 units, and we set aside 20% of them at 60% of the rental rates, and then we set aside 60% of it at 80% of the low income rates, and the final 20% at 120%. And so that's how we started the affordable rental housing concept. The commercial property, we felt like being right in central Kona, it would be ideal for a neighborhood shopping center with a supermarket, drugstore, and some of the commercial businesses there. Anyway, we came up with our initial master plan, showed 250 unit affordable rental housing. We had a neighborhood shopping center and a 100-unit condo project. Since that time, as we went through the process, water zoning, and then as we got the property zone, we went forward in getting the project designed. When we first approached the area of the flooding, the maps that they had at that time, when D.R. Horton developed Kulani Estates, they had maps that showed that the stormwaters ran from property to the north of Kulani Estates, and they designed a gunite concrete channel at the entry of their project to have that water flow into. Well, as it turned out, when we started doing our drainage study analysis, and we had the area topo with a 2-foot concrete, and we took that area all the way on the north side of Bulalai Road and did the 2-foot contours going up almost down Lily Street. We found out the floodwater did not run very near where they said, and floodwater could never even get into the Gunite Channel. So we went to the extent of getting a bookmark down that whole area and found that the floodwaters would be coming across Bulalai Road and through property north of us and to the 2 lots that we had acquired just adjacent to Kulani Estates on the north side. And so we then realized we had to design a complete new drainage system to protect the whole area there. And so we had our engineers go ahead and design basically a split flow tube, which would go through those 2 mountain lots into the Gunite Channel. And then where Kulani Estates entry road is, when they did the Gunite channel, it went into a multi-throat box culvert that crossed the entry road to Kulani Estates into the park area. And at the low point, there was the state had designed and installed an 8-foot diameter concrete pipe to take care of any floodwaters crossing between Colorado and the highway. Our study determined that the floodwaters would come across, reach over the highway some 400 feet into our property below. And so we had to design a aluminum multi-plate culvert across under the state highway. And that multi-plate culvert ended up being designed, it's 20 foot wide, 14 and a half feet high, and we designed it to be 135 feet long, so the future widening of the highway. As the water then entered into our property, we designed a concrete head wall and a 40-foot wide concrete U-shaped channel going through our property, and every 50 to 70 feet we had velocity breakers where the water would turbulence and slow it down. And that just above Tukiti Highway, we designed about a 2.5 to 3 acre basin that was about 25, 30 foot deep to collect that water. And we had dry wells at the bottom of that. Anyway, we had designed that whole system to protect that area from the 100-year storm. And then after that, we got into the design of our project where we ended up with a neighborhood shopping center. We have housing there, and we had the affordable rental housing project, and we did all that and started in 2005 when we got the zoning, and by 2007 plans into the State Department of Transportation for the culvert crossing that we proposed, and it was finally approved in 2010. The market altered back in 2008, and at that point we were not able to go forward. And so there were delays and the process is moving forward. And anyway, we were hopeful that we could get our zoning after 2015. Anyway, and so it's been a lengthy process, and I'll be 83 next month. I'm approaching middle age. And Mr. Schuler will be 82 in September or October, excuse me. And so we're looking for someone that was younger that could take on the project that was financially solid enough because it was so expensive. But we had all the civil work designed, the roadways, utilities, everything, $32 million. But at that time, we could have done it. But at this time, as time gone on, and they have a longer problem, and there's been more and more delays. And at this point, we have been successful in getting spring capital interested in coming in and taking over the project and acquiring our interest in it. So our agreement with them is they're purchasing it for a little under $7 million. We had $12 million in it. We're not making profit on it. We're trying to get something we feel like the community needed back in 2005, and we felt like these people would be carried forward now. If you all want to make different changes and plans to be more neighborhood friendly as far as walking past everything, where that 40-foot channel is going toward the shopping center, you could put in a walkway 10-foot wide, a concrete walkway over the channel. So there are different things that the new developers can work with the county planning department and try to tackle some of these issues, but they have to go back to all this new processes. I don't know. It's very difficult. Anyway, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Murtha, who's representing Spring Capital Corporation. So
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Thank you.
Aloha, commissioners and chair. Nice to see you today. As was mentioned back in February and earlier in this meeting, the property is for sale, and I view that as a strength. Although Brian is a very accomplished developer and has many successes to his own right.
Ken, could you get a little closer to your microphone, please? Your computer, thank you.
You're not hearing me?
Thank you. That's better. Thanks.
All right, sure. So, I view this sale as a positive for this development because, as I was saying, Brian's a very, accomplished, successful developer, but Spring Capital is even more accomplished, and they're just a bigger entity. I shared with you back in February 3 pages of some of their developments over the past 2 decades, in 5 states, over 30 development projects. And just here on the Big Island alone, they've been on the Big Island for about 25 years, over $100 million in developments that are done. So hoping maybe someone at planning maybe went out and looked at some of their projects, the Manalani project, the Kilo projects. They're currently developing a very large storage facility just above Costco here in Kona. And so they've been invested in this community for a long time and look to continue that with this project. I think as far as what's actually being built, they inherited a lot of Brian's designs, which Brian put a lot of effort into and I thought did a good job with, but they're not, glued to that if the planning commission or the council, has more requirements for affordable housing or walkways or so forth. They have a solid track record in developing. They don't buy land to hold it. They buy land to build. And you're not going to find another scenario where you have a more willing, able developer put the kind of resources into a project like this that'll get done. So it's definitely a strength in the reality of the situation. I hope you see that. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have. My history with Spring Capital goes back to 2006 and 2007 when I worked for Merrill Group as a development manager in South Carolina on several projects. And so I can speak with experience that they're well qualified to fulfill the requirements to build a project like this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions? Max?
If I could, Ken, you had mentioned that I believe Spring Capital has had some projects on Hawaii Island.
Yes.
Could you expand on that? What projects specifically?
Did you get the handout I brought to the February meeting? The 3 pages with 28 developments they've done in 5 different states?
I don't have it in front of me at this time. I could pull it up on email, but you had mentioned maybe.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So back in 2000, they developed 130 single-family homes at Maunalani, the villages at Maunalani. So if you go to the resort to the right, turn about. That was a very successful project. They've developed multiple houses at Kukio and Molalai resorts that I was involved with personally back in 2006, 7, and 8. Currently, they have 100 acres that they own at Kukio, the last 100 acres in phase 3 that they're developing into 20 parcels, 22 large parcels. And so most of their commitment on the Big Island so far has been in the resort areas. But if you look at now or later, the pages that I brought, there's over 28 projects from mixed use, commercial, industrial, resorts, rentals. They have a plethora of experience in different developments. So
you had mentioned a storage facility near Costco.
Yeah, so if you go up Hinalani, you go to on the corner of Hinalani and Kamana, right on the corner there is that very large, it's under construction now. It's getting close to being done.
I see.
Yeah, that's their latest project here in Kona.
The reason I ask, was Spring Capital the original developer of that storage facility, or did they take that project over?
I personally have been involved with the history of that project. I know that they're developing it now. To my understanding, they were, but I could find out. I don't know. I don't know.
The reason I ask is the projects you're listing, one being the villages at Maunalani. Is Spring Capital in conjunction on that project with Merrill?
They were back in when it was built. Obviously, those units have been sold off many, over a decade ago, and they're owned by private owners at this point. All the units have been sold. But Spring Capital, yes, they partnered with Merrill. They had several LLCs, TDM 1, 2, 3, and 4, and some other ways to participate. But they've been participating in those developments.
Sure, just the dots to make that bring that together in my mind. I know at the time as an employee of Merrill Pacific Construction that they did do the development of the villages as well as purchasing the lots at Manini Ovale, Kukio. I was just trying to see if there was a connection between Spring Capital and the family there, Mark and Cheryl.
Yes, the Mark TDM, which was what the TDM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were all the LLCs that we developed at Kukio, and that's standard for Tom, Don, and Merrill. That's what TDM stands for.
Okay.
Tom, Connor, and Willie are Spring Capital. So if you go to Spring Capital's website, look at the partners. Tom, Connor, and Tom Woolley are the main partners, and Tom Jr. and a couple others. But Spring Capital is Tom and Don, and that's who's Merrill's partners for those projects.
I do appreciate you kind of connecting those dots for me. You also bring up the storage facility at the corner of Hinalani. Is that Maiao? No, I'm sorry, not Maiao, but anyway, to my knowledge, that project was shut down because the developer or the contractor didn't have a license at that time. Not sure if that's the best project to bring up.
So I know that there was there was an issue with the contractor. I know that they changed contractors in midstream. I don't know any of the details of that. And the only reason I know that is when Tom asked me to come on and help with this project, because he knows I know Brian and it's kind of what I can do. I learned some things about the storage project just working on this project, through discussions. So I know there were some issues. I know that it's moving forward very nicely at this point, and it's going to be done in the near future. But they did change at least subs, if not the general. I'm not sure of the details.
I appreciate the clarity. I don't have any more questions at this time. Thank you. Nancy, you may be muted if you're trying to speak.
Thank you. Yes, I was. Mark, go
Say
ahead.
one more thing.
Rochelle, can you unmute Noriko, guys, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Van Bergen. The applicants, the LLCs, they're not going to do the development. Spring Capital is, right?
Poolani Springs, I believe, is the name of the entity that's going to develop this project, which is owned by Spring Capital. As you know, developers usually have a lot of times have different LLCs for different projects.
What I'm trying to establish is the applicants, the LLCs, Mr. Cook is fronting for. They're not going to do the actual development. Some entity of Spring Development is going to do the development, right?
Correct. If the ordinances get extended, we've been in escrow now for almost 2 years, and one of the conditions of escrow is to have the ordinance extended. Once that happens, escrow can close, and then Brian and his partners are kind of out of the picture, and Spring Capital moves forward as the new landlord. Yes.
And his partners include Mr. Schuler.
Yeah, Brian and his partners are selling interests in these parcels. So once the sale happens,
And when is this entity of Spring Development going to actually start construction?
Did you say when is it going to start construction?
Right.
It would start construction as soon as the entitlement process, through plan approval, plan design, working with the county, we get a building.
But do you anticipate that being a year, 3 years, 10 years, what?
For a project this size, it's going to take some time, but I would envision, I know a 5-year window, get at least a phase 1 of the parcel project done, and within 10 years have the full project done, if not sooner. A lot of it depends on entitlement timing.
Wouldn't it be more proper for Spring Development to make the application when they actually are going to start developing?
No, because at the price they're purchasing the property for, they're buying a property that's entitled. They're not going to spend $7 million on ag land. They're going to spend $7 million on entitled property that they can move forward and develop.
And all of the conditions on B, C, D, E, F, L, U, V, X, Z, these are all conditions of the ordinances that you want, or Spring Capital or its entities want waived as part of the purchase, right?
Spring Capital supports the effort by Sydney and Brian to get the ordinances extended so they can develop a project as proposed or with amendments, whether it be more
Well,
residential.
all the amendments, for instance, deletion of the 5-acre schools and the revision of the affordable housing, these are all requirements of your purchase. When I say you, I'm referring to Spring Capital or its entities.
I understand that. So as the planning department and planning commission as a body, it's up for you to approve or not approve these amendments. Spring Capital is going to inherit whatever you guys approve. But they support Brian and their effort with what they're trying to do with these ordinances that are in front of you today.
Is Spring Capital going to purchase if these conditions are not waived or lessened, in other words, if all of the um, requests of the applicants are not granted?
Spring Capital has every intention of purchasing these parcels with the zoning that's in place extended. So if you're asking me specifically if one item or two items are changed, are they still going to move forward? My answer is yes. As far as I know, they have every intention of closing on this sale. If they've been in escrow for almost 2 years, I think it's actually over 2 years.
Oh, I understand that, but there's numerous conditions that the applicant is asking for a waiver of or a reduction of. My question is this Spring Capital's requirement?
I would say it's not their requirements. They are supportive of these amendments. And so I can't answer what you're asking because I don't know what you're talking. You got to tell me what you're going to change, what you're going to accept.
All right, but let me ask it this way.
More clarity.
If the amendments are not granted, the amendments you support are not granted, is Spring Capital still going to purchase?
Are you saying it's extended or it's not extended?
If all the conditions are not granted, the extension, the affordable housing change, the 5-acre school lot deletion, of all of these conditions, and there are many, referred to in the application, not including the extension, are not granted, is Spring Capital going to purchase?
I would say no, or they would have bought it 2 years ago and wouldn't have waited so long.
No.
We're kind of speculating here, I believe.
In other words, we're asking, what the commission is being asked to do is help facilitate the sale to Spring Capital, correct?
I'll say it one more time, just so I'm clear. Spring Capital entered escrow 2 years ago to buy these two parcels. One of the conditions of escrow is that the zoning ordinances are extended. I don't know how else to clarify that.
Yeah, Mark, we're dealing with the applicants and the application, so we're not
My
dealing with
understanding is that the commission is not supposed to facilitate a sale by the applicants.
the sale is not a part of the application. Does anybody else have questions?
Well, I have several more questions.
Okay,
Let me ask you.
Mark, please, I want to move the questions around to different commissioners. It's Mike's turn right now. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to kind of follow up on what Mark was saying, Commissioner Van Pernis was saying. I mean, to me, we would be much better served having this negotiation on the outcome of the project with the actual developer than with the current applicant who's proposing to sell the project to the developer, who will then develop a property that may or may not be equivalent to what we see on paper. I mean, it's certainly would be a lot simpler if we were able to sit down with the people who are actually going to do the development, come up with a plan that works for the area, for the community, and all of that. And to me, I agree with Commissioner Van Pernis that our role is not to facilitate the sale of a property, but it's to, figure out what's in the best interest of the community for the area. Again, that would be best served by negotiating directly with the developer. I'm also very interested to hear if there is a path on that line where if Spring Capital were to purchase the property, and then we could, move forward with a meaningful discussion on what can and can't be done here.
My guess is the value and the purchase has to do with these guys teeing it up. If they have to do that on their own, it's probably not as valuable, right?
I would say that, as you know, land is valued based on location and other things, but entitlement is a big issue, a big item with land value. And so Spring Capital is interested in purchasing this property entitled with these zoning ordinances. However, Mike, if there is some way to meet the commission's or planning department's requirements or discussions, I'm sure Spring Capital would be willing to discuss some more details.
Right.
But I view it as you guys are entitling the land, not the owner. And whatever the land is entitled for, whether Spring Capital, Suffolk, whoever that is, has to follow the guidelines of whatever the entitlement says. But we're open. So tell us what you need
and the bottom line with that is that because the entitlements are stale, we need to recondition them in a way that makes sense for the property, for the community. And we think that that discussion would be best served with the developer. And, in this case where it's complicated and, you're buying it subject to the advancement of this ordinance, I don't think at this point that we have enough information and enough collaboration where everybody would be comfortable with that. I think that if we all took a step back, if you guys can come up with a new plan that incorporates the requests for more walkable space, more connectivity between that, as was discussed in the plan approval process, and bringing that back with the plan on how we move forward in a way that's going to maintain the existing zoning, maintain the existing zoning, move forward the fastest, then, this kind of awkward three-party discussion can actually be something meaningful.
Okay, is that? I'd have to be up to Ryan to see what if he'd go into something like. As far as Spring Capital goes, I'm sure they'd participate in a discussion to maybe clarify some of these items. But again, the property would have to be entitled before the acquisition happens, so it's still kind of a catch-22.
So, and again, basically, the entitlement that exists in the zoning, the neighborhood commercial zoning, and then the multifamily residential zoning, that wouldn't change, right? It would just be the existing conditions that are now stale. So the zoning doesn't change even if the property sells, it's just the conditions that need to be met for that zoning.
Okay, we're open. So you tell, as a commission or as a planning department, you tell us what works for you.
I'd say that my reluctance with issuing a favorable recommendation has more to do with the conditions and the alterations to these conditions than it has to do with the zoning in commercial versus project district. So to me, if we were to come up with conditions that are better suited for the community, that maintains the affordable housing, that addresses connectivity issues between the community, that alleviates any kind of traffic improvements, and works that into a plan approval that the department's behind, then I would be in favor of it, maintaining its existing zoning. But in absence of that, if we are all of this or all of that, we're in a tough place.
Okay.
Perry, did you have anything to add?
I'm kind of soaking it all in right now. I'll hold off on questions.
Okay, well, hopefully we're getting near the end of that opportunity. I think we're all fading. Mark?
Okay. We're all feeding and we need to, there's several more matters.
Mark, you put your microphone closer, please.
Mr. Fuki, gotta ask Mr. Fuki some questions.
Yes, here he is.
back in 2005, exchange for the very valuable zoning and permits the developer received for these projects, which became Poolani, generating huge profits. And after 15 years, the developer seeks to break all these promises and costs without any give back at all to the county. And so it can sell at a much higher price to the developer. Is this fair to the people of Kona? Mr. Fuki?
Well, equity is not a question for me to ask and answer. All I know is that the entitlements were secured. The developer tried to, the landowner developer at that time tried to do as much as it could. And it had to seek a time extension. And I'm sorry, like, I guess on behalf of everyone that, now we're like 15 plus years and, they're behind you right now. It's a situation where unfortunately you have the commercial neighborhood and the multiple family zoning, but because the conditions have not been complied with, in a nutshell, you have a zoning in limbo. I mean, anybody who owns a property today and you go to the planning department and you ask yourself, can I develop the property and based on the existing commercial neighborhood or RM zone? And they're going to tell you, no, you can't. The only way you can do it is that you need to have the conditions amended to provide you that opportunity to develop. The reality of it, like from the landowner standpoint, all these years, in spite of the inability to actually exercise the terms of the zoning ordinance, he's had to pay commercial real estate taxes on it.
Applications asked for the waiver or reduction of ordinance conditions B, C, D, E, F, H, I, U, V, X, and Z. That saves the developer millions of dollars, right? Whoever the developer is.
Yeah, I don't want to, debate about the cost issue because that's
Okay,
something.
let's not debate it then. What about affordable housing? Are you going to build it? Is the application going to comply with the ordinance, or is the application seek to change that requirement?
I think Mr. Brian Cook had indicated earlier that, given his age and his still desire to do something for the community, and knowing a project of this nature will probably take you 5-10 years to seeing it to its completion, he needs to have a viable partner to develop it. Mr. Van Bergen has indicated that the group that he represents, whatever is the outcome of the conditions, as long as there's a time extension granted, then they're in a position to examine all of those things and make a decision to pull the trigger or not. Now, I understand that, like, just hearing some of the discussions, that there's still a concern for the proposed amendments to delete the affordable housing conditions. Then my recommendation to you as a commissioner is that to argue and hopefully convince the rest of the commissioner, I agree with A, B, and C proposed amendments, but I don't agree with this for the following reasons, and then make the denial. I made the statement in the beginning that please do not look at the applicant's request as like an all or nothing. The critical one is, if anything, this all or nothing is a time extension.
You're not answering the question. Does the application seek to abandon or revise the affordable housing requirement in the ordinance?
The
Does the application require that?
One of the proposed amendments calls for the deletion of the mandate to have 80%, 20%, I think, of the units for 80% or less and all that stuff. But that's the existing language right now. So all I'm saying, Mr. Van Furnace and members of the commission, if that is foreign to you, then you should recommend its denial. But look at all of the other conditions that we're recommending amendments. And at the end of the day, whatever ultimately the commission decides to recommend to the county council. And whatever happens at the county council, if the extension is granted with, you know, a number of conditions, modified or non-modified, then it's going to be up to Mr. Van Bergen's group to decide, look, I can't live with it, I'm walking away, or look, it pencils out, so we're going to do it.
Let's
You
move
have-
on to, let's move on to another subject. Isn't this area, Laco, Cookini from Camp City to Henry Street and Hulai Road, with the location of the worst traffic jam in Kona during the mornings and afternoons, with traffic at the standstill, lights going through several cycles without traffic movement, emergency vehicles and school bus stops, and Hulai packed with vehicles as an alternative route, trying to avoid the traffic jam. Isn't that already present?
Isn't that, I'm sorry, a what?
The worst traffic jam in Kona is in this area.
Well, you know, understandably, there definitely are like traffic issues. The whole concept behind the general plan and the CDP was to create compact type of developments in this particular area, and you try to minimize sprawl. So if you encourage more development on the south end of Kona, and you have a lot of the work activities on the north end, invariably you're going to have a lot of this traffic moving to Kuakini and the Queen Kaumana Highway. You know, so
could you answer this yes or no? Isn't this the site of the worst traffic jam in Kona?
I can't speak to worse.
And hasn't this situation developed over the last 15 years?
Mark, I'm going to stop you there for a minute, please. Director Yi, do you have something?
This format online is a bit difficult. I understand it. It's not conducive to kind of efficient ponderings here. But I have to warn that I do have union civil servants here, and per the union contract, I do have to give them a break. And given that I'm not sure we're going to reach a vote real soon, I'm suggesting, Nancy, maybe we have to take this, give them their break for lunch. But I'll leave it to you whether or not you see the light here coming or not.
Okay. Max, what did you have?
I just wanted to add, I don't want to speak for anybody else on the commission or planning department other than myself, but being someone who hopes springs eternal, I think if I may, there was a suggestion to try and collaborate maybe a little closer in February. Our world since has turned upside down, and maybe we didn't have that time to collaborate. I would like to think that we're not, as a commission, and again, not speaking for anyone other than myself, trying to say no to housing here. But is it possible that we revisit maybe a bit of collaboration? There are a few sticking points, I think, at least for myself, getting rid of the affordable component. Not as much so getting rid of the park, but seeing that they're across from a park, that creating some traffic. And then again, third being the traffic itself. Would it maybe be more conducive to have that time to collaborate, or do we feel that time to collaborate between some of these issues isn't what the applicant was looking for?
I guess I would ask the planning department if they're willing to collaborate over the next month.
So I know, Nancy, earlier you had said that you were a little disappointed in maybe the lack of collaboration. I would feel as if we have been collaborating, we have been talking to the applicant. So I don't think there's, like, we've dug in our heels and we're not changing at all. With that said, I think you also know me very much as a planning director. I'm always willing to have more conversations if I feel as if it's productive. It's always, again, you direct my authority. If you really want us to go back and have more conversations to look at more alternatives, I will certainly do that. If you want to choose to have a continuance, we would try to see if there's an avenue. So I'm not closed off from that. Again, I think you have to ask the applicants, do they want a firm decision or not? Would be another way to kind of approach that question too.
Sydney, what would be your response to that?
Well, you know, the district's fine. We did have meetings, you know, to go over like whether we could reach some sort of a compromise. At the end of the day, the department's position was that, I'm sorry, like, you know, the CDP is really calling for a project district. You got to go, you have to take it through that and land use commission and the whole 9 yards. And that was totally unacceptable. So if the staff is going to go back and maintain that same position, then it wouldn't make sense to kind of like go back and try to revisit that. If on the other hand, the staff is willing to kind of take that equation off the table and see like how we can kind of like, you know, make a good thing, you know, like make a lemonade out of this, maybe these two lemon situation, then, you know, like whether it's like, are you guys willing to delete the request for affordable housing rental? Are you in a position to maybe convey X number of acres for a community park or whatever have you? Now, those are like substantive discussions, which I think that we can go back and have a discussion, you know, among all three of us, three being myself, the landowner and the developer, potential developer, to see what can be worked out. Or, you know, alternatively, if you're saying, can you come up with a plan that shows how you're going to have like this pedestrian integration between Suffolk and Pua? Sure, we can come up with a master plan that shows something like that. And as a matter of fact, I was just kind of thinking that, you know, whether we come up with a master plan now or a little bit later, you know, as part of the decision-making process as a recommendation, the commission on its own can recommend that these are certain design considerations that the planning director has to take when it reviews the plans for plan approval. And one of the things that if you're really interested about integration between properties, then have that become part of the plan approval. So it's a long way of saying that, again, if the department takes off the table that you got to go through project district, state land use commission boundary amendment, then if that gets off the table, then I think it would be worthwhile, subject to Mr. Cook and Ken kind of like saying, okay.
I think I'll chime in to say the good faith works both ways. The good faith works that I enter in a conversation, not dug into, let's say, a project district, but it also means Sid and the folks you work for, you know, are willing to come to the table, also being open-minded about solutions too. Sid, it's always a two-way street, and I certainly would not be suggesting that we could go to the table unless I felt I could enter that conversation with good faith.
Okay, good. Thank you. Mike?
I was just curious if there are issues that have been discussed that would be specifics that Director Yee is talking about that the developer was dug in on their end, that they were not willing to compromise on.
So, I'm sorry, can you restate the question, Mike?
Sure, sorry about that. Yeah, so, you know, Director, he's indicating that, you know, he's looking for good faith from the developer as well as to not be rigid and locked into any certain set of issues. Are there any issues that are, you know, that we're talking about here specifically? Is there anything that's a sticking point for the developer that they don't want to compromise on?
I think like it's not so much substantive as much as it would be like processing. As I indicated earlier, if the department's position is not going to change relative to you need to go to project district and the state land use commission process, then I think it would be worthwhile to have this kind of conversation. Like substantively, how can we massage the project so as we can kind of conceptually, you know, achieve the notion of mixed uses, you know, in spite of the segregated zoning, you know, multiple family and commercial area. And how can we address like affordable housing, whether it's coinciding the commercial activity with the construction of the housing, you know, or housing comes first, commercial comes second, you know, those kind of things, they would be all up for discussion.
Okay, so substantively, in terms of development issues, you guys are open to taking the county's direction on how to take what we have and make it comply with the CDP the best we can. Is that right?
Well, like, as I mentioned, there's a difference between compliance relative to what is understood from the planning department to be the process, which is taking the plan through the Kona Design Center, so on and so forth. But I think we all can read the plan and we know generally what the overall objectives were. I think the staff kind of pointed out walkability and mixed uses and all that stuff. So maybe we can't have the mixed use in the RM zone, but we can have the mixed use within the commercial neighborhood zone because they allow both commercial and residential activity. They talk about connectivity, we can do that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so basically you guys are willing to accept their recommendations on how to make it fit, substantively, not procedurally. We have a disagreement on project district versus zoning, and what I think a lot of us from the commission are asking is, can we make the existing zoning work to make the project in line with the guidelines provided in the CDP? And it seems like we can do that.
I believe we can. And as a matter of fact, one of the earlier discussions I had with the planning department included something along those lines.
Okay, I mean, I would personally be very supportive of Commissioner Newberg's suggestion that we take a break in order to facilitate further discussion on this.
Do I hear a motion?
Looks like Commissioner Van Pernis has a question.
Sorry, I was looking at something. Okay, Mr. Van Pernis, go ahead, but please note, as you've been hearing this, that we're ready to wrap this up. Go ahead.
I don't think it should be wrapped up before all issues are covered. There's also a significant issue on the 5-acre waiver of the school lot, and this is in regards to the state's intention to build a new school in this area. And
Mark, I think the school got moved somewhere else, so it's not applicable anymore. That's my understanding.
That's not the correct understanding. They are seeking to waive all contributions to any school matters, and the state is acting in that. And also, there's a question of solar charging, charging stations which is it's cheaper to do it now than a retrofit. It's a wave of the future. Also, I think the affordable housing situation needs to be clarified. But most of all, I want to say, we're not here to ensure that a developer can make a profit or can develop. Certainly not in this case when the real developer is not the applicant. We don't know when the real developer is going to develop. Our job is to represent the people of Kona, not ensure some developer's ability to make profit, to keep jimmying the project until the developer can succeed at the expense of the people of Kona. The traffic is horrendous there. I wanted to get into that. They're going to dump 1,000 cars into the mix without doing anything about the traffic problem. And the public testimony, which I understand Christian has gotten in, all talks about horrendous traffic, and I think we should pay attention to that. This is not the time for this project. I'm not suggesting that it be zoned so it can't take place. They can have their zoning, they can keep their zoning, they can get their zoning, but it's contributing to a very bad problem in Kona. I myself can't make the intersection and Street on the Queen K because of this backup. And
Right.
they proposed 1,000 more cars with no contribution.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Mike? Unmute.
I would like to make a motion that we defer making a decision on agenda items 5 and 6 until the July Leeward Planning Commission, in order to allow the applicant and the department the opportunity to work collaboratively towards finding a solution that allows the existing zoning to be continued subject to conditions.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. So we've got a motion on the table to defer to the July meeting with intentions outlined, made by Mr. Vatusik and seconded by Mr. Kealoha. Jay, I have a question for you. If we go ahead with this, do we need to speak of the public testimony that was on the table, or can that automatically defer?
I would leave that up to you, Madam Chair. You can do it either way. If you're asking my suggestion, I would suggest that you do have a motion to reopen public testimony and make a record that testimony, I think Christian had mentioned it earlier, that testimony was received since the testimony was closed. But you could do it the next time too, but I just think procedurally, so we can keep track of things, we do it right away.
That's what I thought. Okay.
In which case, I'll put the previous motion on hold and I'll make a motion to reopen public testimony.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Max is second. Okay. So we are reopening the public testimony. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so we're just acknowledging that we had written testimony from Joel Gimple, Renee Inaba, Joel Cooperson, Edward Raposa, Ryan Burns, Perry and Bill Steffenhagen, and Maria and Elizabeth since our last meeting. So those public testimony items are entered into the record. And can I have a motion to close public testimony, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, Mike and Max. So public testimony is closed. We can move back to the other motion that was on the table. You want to reactivate that, Mikey?
Sure, I will reactivate my previous motion.
To defer to July. Is there any discussion about this? Christian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just given the working situation and everything's kind of slowed down a bit, I know we're in a situation where very soon we're going to have to set our July agenda, and if we're unable to meet within the next month, it might be difficult to come back empty-handed to you. So I wonder if maybe we can do it till August or somewhat later time, if the applicant's okay with that. Anyway, just my thought.
Sure. If it's possible for me to amend the motion, I would like to amend the motion to say that we defer until as long as necessary for the owner, for the applicant and the planning department to work out this issue. I don't necessarily see the need to put a cap on it saying you must come back by July. I want you guys to have a meaningful discussion and resolve this.
Perry, as the second, do you agree to the?
Yeah, I would propose that we just defer it to a future date.
Yep. Yeah, I like it.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on that, Christian?
At the call of the chair, or when we're ready to come back? Is that?
Well, we hope that everybody is going to act in good faith and try to see if some solutions can be had. So yeah, hopefully sooner than later, but like you said, maybe July's too soon. So I would hope that it would be by July. I mean, by August, I'm sorry. Sid, do you have any comment on that? I mean, it's not really we've got a motion on the floor here, but.
Well, I can understand the staff's constraint and perhaps might not be able to have meaningful dialogue or at least a conclusion in July. My only apprehension is if you leave it open-ended, it can be open-ended. And my friend once told me that the most insidious form of denial is delay. So if you're going to delay it for like 1 month, okay, that's acceptable. I wouldn't suggest kind of like putting it in infinity, because you're putting the responsibility on both the applicant and the department, more so the applicant, to have something that the department can accept. What if at the end of like extensive discussion, there is like no resolution? We have to go back to the commission. We have to move it out. We have to ultimately have the county council make a decision, which is a legislative decision. So that's my only apprehension. I mean, like, I can understand July might be a little bit too early, but gee, August, September, October, you know. So I would respectfully ask that no later than August maybe be agendized.
Mike, it's your motion.
I'm fine with that if that's what the applicant wants. You know, I think that this seems like an issue that's going to take a little bit of time to work through. And you know, to me, if you guys aren't getting where you want to go with the negotiations with the county, you're welcome to bring it back at any time that you want, and we can reject it or approve it, whatever the case may be. All we're saying is we want it deferred until there's a resolution one way or another.
Which needs to include or delete the project district. Max?
Just to add to that, in respect to Mike making the motion, which I feel at this time is correct, I think that motion's being made to defer and continue this discussion, because what we have in front of us isn't something we're able to approve. And speaking for myself, I don't think it's up to us to make suggestions of what is approvable. I think that maybe is a better conversation between the applicant and planning, and then to bring it back in front of us to see if it's something that's acceptable.
I think it's clear that we'd like to see something approvable come forward. Mark?
2 points. First, a point of order. I spoke to Mr. Raposo, and by closing the personal or the testimony of the public, does that mean I can't comment on my conversation with Mr. Raposo? Basically, that I won't say what he said.
I think under the circumstances, since we're deferring, we wanted to acknowledge the public testimony, but we're not having conversation about it right now because we've already closed that.
And the second point is, I want to remind everybody, including the Mr. Yee, that we're representing the people of Kona. We're not trying to find some way for this developer to profit. And I think that the meeting that Mr. Vatusic is talking about should be between the actual developer. It was confirmed to me through various sources, including Mr. Cook himself, that the applicants are not the developers in any respect.
Okay, thank you. All right. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to, do I do a roll call vote on this or just Christian?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. There was some discussion about kind of when that coming back date is. I didn't think that it was nailed down. Was it August, Mike?
As it exists now, it's to a later date.
Okay.
And then it's up to the applicant and the planning department to figure it out. Each one of them has power to bring it back. Right?
Incentive, hopefully. So is this a roll call vote? Staff, can you help me or not?
I would say probably a good idea for a roll call vote, and then we have to do it twice for both ordinances.
All right, very good. Then let's proceed with that, please.
Okay, right now I've got the voting sheet is just for Pua'a. So, Commissioner Vakusik?
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha?
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg?
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis?
Abstain.
Commissioner Yates?
Aye.
And Chair Carr-Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 and 8 ayes and 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Okay, and then for Suffolk Investments, I'm assuming it's the same motion?
Same motion.
Yes. All right. Same motioner and seconder?
Mr. Vatusik and Mr. Kealoha.
Okay. Commissioner Vatusik?
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha?
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg?
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis?
Oh, Noriko guys are muted. Thank you. Mark, can you vote again, please?
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Yates?
Aye.
And Chair Carson?
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries 5 ayes and 1 abstention.
Thank you all very much. Hopefully, I apologize, Mr. Okaneku, that you didn't even get to speak, but thank you for being here with us. It looks like you have a lovely view to look at while you're working.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Aloha.
Thank you all. All right. Sorry to keep everyone. I suppose we could have done that a long time ago, but I think that I felt better about letting the process unfold, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to minutes, approval of the minutes from the February 20th meeting. Does anyone like to move to approve those?
I move to approve the minutes from our February meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Max. Okay, so that was Perry and Max to approve the minutes. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, okay. Very good. I think we're about done there. Is there any administrative matters from the staff? I had just been told that a woman had applied from South Kona for Keith's vacancy. Is there any update on that? Barbara, somebody? Hi, Jeff.
Hi there. I've been here hiding.
Like you.
We have been keeping in touch with the mayor's representative that works on new nominations, and we have not been informed of that, but if that's your understanding, I'll reach out to her and see if that nomination is moving forward.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I wanted to add my thank yous to Rochelle, to Jeff, to all the planning team. You folks need to understand that hundreds of hours were poured into testing and retesting to get the Windward and Leeward Planning Commissions online here. And you can see it was done without any major hitches, which was incredible. Coordinating with YouTube, being able to do all this stuff wasn't easy. So
Yeah,
special
absolutely.
thanks to that team.
Awesome job, you guys. You guys are a great team. Thank you for the effort that you put into it.
Thank you.
So if there's nothing else, can I have a motion to adjourn? What? Oh, Faye.
She moved. She made the motion.
Oh. Great. Thank you, Faye. Couldn't quite tell with that mask. Is there a second? Somebody second.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Okay. All in
All in
favor
favor.
of adjourning the meeting?
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, you guys.
Aloha.
Ken.
Aloha.
Hello,
Thank you.
hello, everyone.
Ahui ho.